raiders! I got raiders! We got incoming! Hello! Hello, 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 hello. Welcome to those who are already here. And welcome to those who've come in from night. Nice to see ya. This is very much kind of the chill, relaxed, calm down section of the evening. Night's got you all geared up and wound up, and now I give you something to relax to a bit, so otherwise you will be all cranky and won't be able to sleep tonight. So, nice to see you all. How the devil is everybody this evening? This is Moebius Rising, as you can see. We're talking a point-and-click game from Phoenix Online. Same studio for those of you who've seen my previous streams. Who bought Cognition. Excellent, thank you, Reckless. Nice to see you. So, I've played this before. Haven't played it for quite a while. But it's such a good game. It's one of those I just like to wave under people's noses and say, this should get a sequel! Okay, Knight. Thank you for pointing people at me. And go recover. You put a lot of effort into your drum streams. Talented git. Right. So, let's go with the introductory comic. This is how our protagonist ended up quite as nihilistic as he did. So hopefully that's big enough that everybody can read it on screen. Hyper-intelligent mega-being as a child. Uh-huh. Well, we trust her. Going for a little walk. Back in a little while. 99.5 percentile memory and 99.9 percentile logic. So we have Mummy having an affair somewhere in Africa. Yeah, that's not gone well. See, that seems like an extreme moral judgment for having an affair. Have an affair, eaten by lion. That's pushing the issue. Maybe I should have flagged this for gore. Oops. Lovely artwork though. Yeah, that's not gone well for her at all, has it? And yes, somebody has been paying attention to young Kai. So, several years later, San Juan, Spain. Apparently he lives by text message. Go figure. Dealing with extremely suspect people. I always worry about such things when you get, here it is, guaranteed genuine. Anyone says the words guaranteed genuine, that puts my back up. The chest itself was made in 17th century, made in Rome. The hinges are rusted, but the front latch isn't. The hinges were taken from a 15th century dresser. Oh. Chest is a cobbled mishmash. Estimated value $5,000. That's gone well. Who do you think you are? I think I'm the guy who's the hero of this game. fake jewellery. Dear. Uh-huh. GPS coordinates of the nearest hospital now. I'd forgotten that part. Well, okay, fair enough. He's willing to leap in with the knuckle dusters. I think that gives a fair idea of the hero of this game. So... one of my favourite opening sequences to any game, hands down. If you're an aficionado of adventure games, then you might have noticed some familiar names going through there. Jane Jensen, the woman behind the Gabriel Knight games, and Robert Holmes, the composer for such, amongst other things. But yeah, Jane Jensen is absolutely one of my favourite games designers, period. So there we go. So let's do this.
Malachi, you're back.
Just landed.
Are you all right? What did the doctor say?
Lots of bruising, but there's no permanent damage. Don't fuss.
Malachi, you were in the hospital in Spain for a week. A man who evaluates antiques for a living should not have to worry about getting beaten by thugs.
The chest Senor Perez was trying to sell was a fake. It's hardly my fault he took my evaluation badly.
You need to take security on these jobs. Some of these sellers are dangerous people, and you excel at pushing people's buttons.
I'm honest, and that's precisely why my clients hire me. Is there any urgent business?
I have a few things to fill you in on. Let me know when you've had a chance to settle in.
Okay. How to play, yes, we know. We vaguely remember, anyway. So, let's have a quick look around the shop.
We're right on 7th Avenue. Excellent visibility and good foot traffic. But most of the walk-ins take one look at the price tags and quietly leave. Fortunately, most of our business comes from private clients. My suitcase. I can't forget I have my passport in the pocket.
When in doubt.
I'll take my passport with me.
Yeah, anyone who's played Gabriel Knight, especially the Gabriel Knight 20th anniversary remake, will probably find a lot of this interface quite familiar. It's largely the same interface but reskinned.
I have a sneaking suspicion Gretchen keeps gold and bronze objects behind her because of the way they bring out her hair. That cabinet is worth a bloody fortune. It's utterly unique.
Uh-huh.
That cornucopia is made of solid gold.
We're getting the gist that this is not a chap who's hard up.
The objects in those security boxes are especially valuable. Gretchen gets them down if a serious buyer is interested. A chinois clock. They usually don't last long in the store.
Using for target practice?
Sometimes our customers bring in items for my appraisal. They're kept tucked away behind the screen so no one tries to buy them.
What have we got?
A gilded Jerome figurine. Quite rare.
Quite warm in here today. It's for novelty's sake. Get off. Ah, the aplomb. Antiques. Everything else is specific. Fuck it, antiques.
All of our items are one of a kind and in excellent condition. I do have a reputation to maintain.
Okay. So, let's find out what Gretchen has for me.
Gretchen Stern, my shop manager. She's efficient and intelligent, very good at what she does. Unfortunately, she can act overly familiar at times. I don't need mothering, or girlfriending, or anything for that matter.
Yeah, he's a sociable chap, isn't he?
We should catch up on what's been going on while I was away.
Let's do it.
Okay. Or we could catch up on what's been going on since you're away.
So what's the next assignment?
You just got here. You probably haven't even been to your penthouse yet.
That wasn't the question.
Fine. There's a supposedly undiscovered Rembrandt in Rome for Sotheby's, and 2 pieces in Egypt for Rutherford's.
Take them both.
Malachi, you just got out of the hospital. You should let your body rest, at least long enough to get used to a time zone.
With the economy in the gutter, there are a lot of desperate people right now. Desperate enough to sell Grandma's Harrington or create a good forgery. I might as well make the money while I can.
You're driving yourself too hard. Your body needs...
What my body needs is no concern of yours.
No. Thanks for reminding me. There was also a new client who called. Something about a government contract.
Okay.
You said in your email that you've been looking into security options?
I made a list of the reputable security agencies in New York. You should have a bodyguard travel with you. With the money you earn on these assignments, you can afford it.
No, they'd only get in the way and be tiresome. I prefer to travel alone.
Fine. There are other options.
Okay, what other options?
What other options do you have for security?
I've been researching security agencies in various international cities. I can set someone up when you travel. Have them meet you at the airport.
I can't trust someone I've just met. How could I be sure they weren't already bought off?
These are reputable agencies. You have to get over your trust issues.
So you won't travel with anybody. You won't travel anyone. You won't work with anyone you meet there. You're an endearing chap, aren't you?
Who is this new client?
Amble Dexter, 452 Central Park West. He wouldn't say what it was about, just that he needed someone with your expertise.
If he wouldn't even say what it's about, then it's not worth my time following up.
Well, it is a very upscale address, but do as you please.
Anyone else thinking that she must get paid a lot for this job to work with someone who is a fundamental arse?
No other brilliant ideas about security?
I have a report on where to buy guns in various countries. It's not a very good option, but it's better than going into a bad situation unarmed. And maybe the mere presence of a gun will remind you not to shoot off your mouth.
Gretchen.
I mean, give your fascinating opinion quite so freely.
All right. Maybe we'll try that next time.
That'll be safer.
That's all for now.
Very well.
Okay. So, what can I do with my phone? Okay.
I don't need to
Professor
call him right now.
Okay, that's good to know. Right, let's have a look at
Nothing.
Amber Dexter.
That's extremely odd. It's an unusual name, but there's information on everyone on the internet, unless it was intentionally scrubbed.
That appeals to me. Right. Go check out the office. Okay, that's cheating. He's marking
How
your
did he know
phone.
I was in Manhattan? And how did he get my cell phone number? I don't need to text him right now.
Not even, hello, how did you get my number, you bastard? But he's now in my contacts list. Yay. Let's give myself a save game. Right. Quick look around
I find
the
it best
office.
to have my clients associate me with interesting but unusual finds. The artwork is all chosen for that purpose, and I change it every few months. Dogon masks from Molly.
You can't spell Marley, can you? Can't pronounce
Fine
Marley.
china from the early 19th century. In case I have visitors, as unlikely as that may be. The couch is for the rare times I have a client visit me here. No, thank you. The desk looks good and is functional, but it doesn't have a particularly interesting history.
Right.
I keep some of my favorite objects in my office. That doesn't mean I wouldn't part with them for the right price.
You're basically a very materialistic person, aren't you, dear?
I don't use my computer like I used to. Everything is on my phone these days.
Can't argue with that.
I'd rather use my phone.
Fine. Right, let's see what's on your desk. Hello, Chrono. Welcome to the stream. Yep, we have weaponized sarcasm going on here. One of my favourite point and clicks of modern times. Entirely Kickstarter funded. And the Kickstarter made enough that one of their stretch goals was the remake, 20th anniversary remake of Gabriel Knight. So you can tell it was a very, very successful Kickstarter. Only just started, he's essentially pitched up and been incredibly sarcastic to his assistant, having had the crap kicked out of him in Spain over telling a crime boss that his goods were not worth what he was claiming they were.
It's a letter from Mr. Barozzi, an antique dealer in Venice. He has a brilliant eye for interesting pieces. He's a little quaint. He insists on sending snail mail. I'd like to see what Barozzi's found. Perhaps I'll be passing through Venice sometime soon.
Dear Mr. Rector, I hope this letter finds you and your shop in good health and good fortune. Recently, a unique figurine has come into my hands, which I think will be of interest to you. Though I'm not certain of its origins, I believe it may be Celtic. I hope you're able to come by the next time you're in Venice to take a look. I'll keep it set aside for the time being. Sincerely, Giuseppe Barozzi. Fair enough.
The bleak economy seems to be all the newspapers can talk about these days.
So, European economic collapse by 2014. Stock market going under. Oh, this sort of looks terribly, terribly familiar, actually. And Malachi's on the pills. For reasons. Ugh, can't stand taking pills dry. Yeah. Right. Well, this Amble Dexter character wants to talk to me. So, Gretchen, did you happen to give him my number?
Gretchen?
Yes, Malachi?
Did you give Amble Dexter my cell phone number?
No. I told him I'd give you his message and that I didn't know when you'd be back in town.
Well, he got it from somewhere. That's all for now.
Very well.
Right.
I'm going to go see Mr. Dexter.
Good. But tell him you can't travel anywhere for a few weeks.
I'll do nothing of the sort.
Good luck.
I promise he does become more sympathetic as the game goes on. Right. Yeah, again, anyone who's played Gabriel Knight, this is all going to be a terribly familiar interface. Hey.
Feta. That must be the logo of this company or agency or whatever it is.
Malachi can analyze objects and people to learn more about them. Each icon highlights a point of interest. Click on one to see the data point and select from the list of possible deductions. This is a very much an investigative game. Deals with space, Hollywood, or explosions. Acronym: government agency, charity agency, or the initials of the... Moebius strip deals with infinity or repetition, deals with magic, or deals with snakes. Well, I'm not going with snakes. Round logo implies tied to NASA logo, fits better on the packaging, symbolised wholeness. Does have that whole NASA thing going, doesn't it? Possibly deals with space. I don't know. Okay. I get the... Okay, so the analysis is complete. This is a government agency that has to do with space. Role of Moebius strip is unclear. Okay.
That man is not your average security guard. He looks serious. Here's my passport.
Welcome, Mr. Rector. You can go through to Mr. Dexter's office. Use the elevator, sir.
Not Dexter's lab.
Thank you.
Ah, Mr. Rector. What a pleasure to finally meet you. I've heard about your remarkable talents.
Which I presume you'd like to rent in the near future.
Precisely. Please, come in and sit down. This is Mr. Reichart, my associate.
Mr. Rector?
Hello.
Before we discuss the job that we have in mind, I hope you won't object to a simple exercise.
Oh? I'm afraid I left my performing monkey hat at home.
Please don't take it like that. I think as a historian, you'll find it quite fascinating.
I'll think about it.
I think you're all incredibly suspicious. Missed opportunity. What, not talking to the guard? Yeah, I should have done that. The text I got did say to present my passport at the desk, however. But I did rather leap ahead. I may see if I can have a chat with the guard on the way out.
The flag bears the logo I saw in the lobby with the initials FITA. What does it stand for?
A fighter. Oh, wait.
Dexter has an impressive view. Amble Dexter. He appears to run this place, whatever this place is.
Michael Reichert.
Reichert looks like the agency type, a ruthless little paperworm. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Flooring Industry Training Association. Yeah, this has sinister written all over it. Hello again, Fishy. I take it you've made it home safely. Oh, just in time for Techie to insult me. Thank you for that.
Dexter is the man in charge. I'll address myself to him.
Okay, sorry.
That button operates the doors.
Yes, I figured.
A couch and coffee table for less formal meetings, I suppose. Clearly, that's not this one.
I think you're just showing off now, Knight. Fair enough, though. That's one I didn't know about. Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. Uh-huh. Well, I don't know, Fish. I mean, frankly, you're going great guns so far, but remaining undiscovered as the person who stole Fish's identity. That's just the sort of dippy question he'd ask.
That's an interesting quote. Must have particular significance to Dexter.
Okay, then. Let's analyze Dexter. Well, your research was spot on then. Yes, absolutely. Sharp gaze, so he's either highly intelligent, on a stimulant, or angry. Let's assume highly intelligent. It's too early to muck around. Steady hands, calm leader, extremely passive, or bored. Let's just give him the benefit of the doubt, shall we? Funds agency from the wheelchair, highly determined, sympathy seeker, or is very ill. Doesn't have to go out in the field a lot. Oh. Yikes. Good Lord, Knight, that's a lot. Dexter is a highly intelligent and determined man. He appears to be an effective leader, and we all trust effective leaders who wear suits that nice and are sarcastic. Go on then, let's actually talk to the guy.
What is this exercise you mentioned?
Take a look at this man. Tell me if he reminds you of any specific person in history.
I read objects, not people, and this exercise is illogical.
Humor me, please. I've heard you have a photographic memory, and that your knowledge of history is beyond compare. I'm intrigued.
Yes, of course it is, Knight. Dull. Okay, then, let's have a look at the folder. I will be your performing
I'm not
monkey.
sure what Dexter hopes to gain from this exercise, but I am curious.
And money.
I prefer to work on my phone. I'll scan in the man's bio.
Okay. Giuseppe Montesero, a young Italian painter and architect, a promising talent. He died a few years ago when his career was only just beginning. Job, see if the life of Giuseppe Montesero resembles that of any historical figure. Okay. So he was a talented Italian artist from a young age, quite a visionary in the field of architecture. Hired by the Vatican to implement his designs, known to have had many female lovers, and was engaged for 5 years to a woman he didn't love. Giuseppe helped manage his father's business. He was respected by his peers, but didn't rise to any great fame or renown during his lifetime, and had many friends and clients in the church who supported his work. Okay. So, mix and match. Time to see if people match up. Who have we got? Bernini, Italian artist and sculptor known for the rape of Proserpina and one of the Davids. But he achieved a solid reputation, so not him. Botticelli. Many of his works were passed off as masters when he was training. Doesn't really give me anything. Italian genius skilled in multiple areas, known for Mona Lisa and the Vitruvian Man, among other accomplishments. Likely many of his master's paintings were in fact his. Again, doesn't knock it out. Italian artist skilled in many areas, most known for his Sistine Chapel. I know who Michelangelo was. Raphael. Apprenticed at the age of 8. Okay. Say early age, you're not kidding, are you? Okay, visionary in the field of architecture. His research and work formed the basis for much of today's environmentally friendly building design. Okay. Frank Lloyd Wright. Organic style. Raphael. Well, it's the end of the Renaissance and the start of the Baroque period. Designed tombs, libraries and chapels. Again, nothing really knocking out there. Although not Italian, so knock him out. Hired by the Vatican to implement his designs. Well, we know that. Okay. Main architect of St. Peter's Basilica. I think we may be eliminating Michelangelo at this stage on the female lovers thing. Yeah, never married. So yeah, not him. Botticelli, never wed and expressed a strong aversion to the idea, but suffered from an unrequited love for a married noblewoman. Was buried at her feet. Okay, that's dedication. Managed his father's business. Originally trained as a goldsmith by his brother. Helped manage his father's workshop and business improved. Okay. So, here we go. This is no data. No, yeah, I think we've got this one. That's Raphael. Incorrect match. Okay. There we go. Hadn't clicked it. Giuseppe Montesero's life is a near identical match to that of Raphael. Okay.
Is this a joke?
Not at all. What do you see?
His biography reads like that of Raffaello Sanzio d'Arbino, the 15th century painter better known as Raphael.
You do not disappoint, Mr. Rector. Such a pleasure to finally meet you. Truly, I'm delighted.
Wonderful. Now perhaps we can discuss the job you have for me.
Okay.
Do you have a job for me, Mr. Dexter, or not?
I do. The job is in Venice. A young woman of wealth and high birth was murdered there a week ago. Her name was Bianca Cardolo. I'd like you to go to Venice and investigate who she was, and do what you just did so magnificently. See if she reminds you of any historical person. That is all.
I don't investigate deaths. Hire a detective.
We're not looking for her killer, only the facts of her life. A brief biography, if you will. And for you to document any connections you draw to any figure in history. Perhaps there will be none. That's acceptable as well. You get paid $20,000 to $30,000 for your work for the auction houses. I'll pay you $50,000. It should take you no more than a week. What say you, Mr. Rector?
I say that's a lot of money. I say yes, please.
I might be interested, but first I want to know why you're keen on this particular woman, and what the point is behind these comparisons to people in history.
I'm afraid any further information is classified at a high security level.
Exactly, Knight. 50,000 for a week. Where do I sign? Meki. Yeah, I'm doing okay this evening. Doing better than I have most of this week. I will take the job. Because £50,000 for a week's work, or $50,000. Because they're heathen American.
I'll take the job.
Excellent. I know you won't disappoint me, Mr. Rector.
Yeah,
Speak to the
you.
guard in the lobby. He'll give you your plane tickets. And Godspeed. I very much look forward to hearing your report when you return from Venice. I'll forward the relevant information about Bianca Cardolo to your phone.
Very well. Goodbye.
I trust you as far as I could comfortably spit you.
Pass through the scanner, sir.
All right. The voice came from the boots.
Mr. Dexter said you have plane tickets for me?
Yes, sir. Have a good trip, sir.
Thank you. Looks like I've taken care of everything here. I should head to the airport for my trip to Venice.
Okay. Okay, out we go. Meanwhile, I'll pick up a quick modelling assignment.
I started a dossier on Bianca Cardolo based on the information Dexter sent me. I should start there.
Okay. Yes, Malachi keeps everything on his phone. Frankly, if that goes in the water, he is in trouble.
I should call Detective Brunetta.
Okay, who's that? Oh right, Detective Brunetta in charge of the police case. Murdered at age 21 by hanging. I have one data point on her.
Some of these could have hundreds of matches, but I'm only considering historic people I think fit the general circumstances.
Okay. So we have Virginia Poe, died of tuberculosis. Constance of Castile, died in childbirth at the age of 19. Catherine Howard, beheaded for treason and adultery at the age of 19. Anne Boleyn, beheaded for treason and adultery at the age of 35. You called Detective Mosley, yes, exactly. Okay, well, let's knock out... I love this game. The voice acting is extremely good, but every now and then it really, really shows that there's an American playing essentially someone with an English accent. Because he's supposed to have grown up, obviously, in sort of the colonial Africa area. And the people I've met from that sort of background all tend to have the terribly, terribly accents. And so, yeah, it is a weird every now and then the pronunciation just goes a bit wafty. It's good, but it does great. I don't know if it shows up so much if you're not a native British English speaker. Okay, so let's knock her out, because I think she died of TB. And died in childbirth. So let's knock those two out, because those two were executed. Those two died of other reasons. Right. So... let's go to Cardolo's home.
Come in, Mr. Rector. Please, sit down.
Thank you, Senor Cardolo. I'm sorry to intrude at a time like this.
I've been asked to speak with you, and that request came directly from the U.S. Embassy.
Impressive.
What interest does the United States have in my wife's murder? Do you think it was a terrorist act? Why would they want to hurt Bianca?
I don't have the answers, Signore. I'm still investigating.
Very well. I've already been over everything with the police a dozen times, but I'll do what I can to help you.
It's Battle of the Sharp Suits, to be honest, isn't it? Okay, who are you?
It would help me to know more about you.
Very well.
Right.
Was Bianca your first wife?
See, I worked hard all my life, and I'm not ashamed to say I enjoyed my youth. But a man who wishes to accomplish certain things in life needs a wife. Bianca was everything I needed.
In case you haven't
She had
noticed,
beauty,
someone just
style,
hosted you.
connections.
Say thank
I
you.
doubt I will ever find her equal.
Dav, thank you very much for the host. He's a very practical sort of gentleman, isn't he?
Tell me about your work.
I am Consigliere of Venice. I used to practice law, but for now my focus is exclusively on politics. Venice is struggling, as is all of Italy. It will take the best of all of us to save her, if we can.
Okay.
Tell me about Bianca.
What would you like to know?
Everything! Okay. Why? Oh, there's a dirty great piano in the room.
Did your wife play piano?
No, she was quite musical, but she preferred dance. She was in a classical dance company before we were wed. As for the piano, Bianca loved to entertain, and music was always a part of such evenings.
We have data point.
How did you meet Bianca?
Bianca's family is one of the most influential in all of Italy. I have known her father for many years. I watched Bianca mature. She was the perfect politician's wife. She loved meeting people and doing philanthropic work. I knew she would make the perfect wife for a man of my ambitions. Fortunately, her father agreed, and I was able to convince her to marry me, even though she was quite young at the time.
It's good to know that her father agreed. Did she have any say in the matter?
How old was Bianca when you married her?
She was 18 and I was 43, but she was very mature for her age. She knew the life she wanted, and I could give it to her. She was happy in our marriage, especially once our son came along.
Okay.
I realize it is difficult to speak ill of the dead, but Bianca must have had some flaws. No one is perfect.
It is a good thing that I, myself, am a man who often has to say things no one wants to hear, because otherwise I would throw you out of the house for that impudence.
As you say, getting to the truth is not always pleasant.
She was a beautiful young woman. She had some insecurities. Never thought she was good enough, perfect enough. Perhaps I should be grateful for that. If she had been more confident, she might never have married me.
I appreciate your honesty, Signore.
Yeah, I think we just discovered why he had the crap kicked out of him in the pre-title sequence. Yeah, it happens. Big age gaps are not necessarily an obstacle to romance. I can't speak for him. I think my parents were about 3 weeks apart in age. But I do know people who've much, much wider gaps. Very successful marriages. And I would imagine the whole, coming from loaded families was probably quite an advantageous match to maintain the lifestyle to which she was accustomed. But maybe I'm just being cynical.
Bianca quit dancing after you were married?
Of course. It was hardly appropriate for the wife of a man in my position.
What kind of dance was she doing?
How old was Bianca when she had your son?
It was a year after our marriage. She was 19. Does that have some relevance?
We'll see.
Okay. Chrono, that must have been an interesting setup.
I must ask you about Bianca's murder.
If you must.
That's why I'm here.
Do you know who killed Bianca?
No. She was a beautiful and gracious young woman. She had no enemies, nor do I.
You're an Italian politician, and you're in Venice, and you're telling me you had no enemies. Really?
Tell me about the night it happened.
Bianca wished to attend a concert. She had a number of musician friends from her student days. I declined to go with her. It was nothing important, and I preferred to get some work done. Now I wish I'd never allowed her to go out alone.
You couldn't possibly have known. It's not your fault.
You see, Chrono, that's the kind of thing that just cheers anybody up. Get a video Zen on the case, absolutely. Talking of needing sequels.
I'm afraid I must get back to work. In times of fiscal crisis, one is not even allowed the solace of grief. You may stay and look around. I have told the staff that you are free to come and go. You'll find Bianca's bedroom through that door there. And before you ask, the house has plenty of rooms. Bianca liked having her own sanctuary. We were happily married.
I would be the last person to judge such an arrangement. Thank you for your time, Signor Cardolo.
Goodbye.
Although, thank you for the Aurelio Zen reference, Fish, because now I kind of want to see if the film adaptation of this happened.
A donation. Wow.
Oh
you
my
are
God.
Awesome and probably quite cool, so thanks hugely. Let's nudge that bar a little.
Huh? Dav, thank you so much. My God. Oh, wow. Thank you for the donation. You absolutely rock. Thank you. Thank you so, so much. Sorry, yeah. Yes, flustered Drutty. Thank you. I love how this has got everyone talking about romance and love and marriage and stuff. I just love this game so much. Sorry, I'm. Oh dear, that's awful. I'm such a wuss. But thank you, thank you. I'm not too concerned, by the way, about getting the losing progress and things like that. But this game occasionally has hung on me, and it generally only does so when I've done a massive amount. Oh god, yes. Unfortunately, I do blush. I don't blush often, but when I do it properly. Doesn't show terribly well on here, but yeah, natural blonde. What can I say? I'm usually about as paleless and frightened milk. It kind of shows up when I blush. Okay, what do we got?
A sofa and chair are Queen Anne, but they've been reupholstered in red leather. Hideous.
Dear. The guy's wife's just been murdered and you're judging his furniture.
A wedding photo of Bianca and Dante Cardolo. She has a striking figure. What I can see of it around that large bouquet.
Okay. Yes, Fish, what I was going to say was the Aurelio Zen thing. Wouldn't Rufus Sewell be perfect as Malachi?
Bianca liked to entertain. I imagine there will be few parties in this room now. At least until Signor Cardolo remarries.
I love the assumption that he's going to remarry. It clearly was not a great grand romance, is it? I think it varies, because it depends on whether or not he's got sufficient hair dye to cover the odds and sods of grey. He got to a certain age and I think he's just stopped, to be honest.
I don't play.
Right then. We have flowers.
Sympathy cards for Bianca. That brings home the tragic aspect of all this, doesn't it?
Yes, I can tell you. Just consider it totally tragic.
I've no use for those cards. White roses. Traditional for funerals and weddings. Appropriate since both are equally tragic.
Really are.
Sympathy cards for Bianca. That brings...
Yeah, we've had that conversation.
White roses.
No, okay, we're good. Anything else on the table? Nope. Bianca's room. Let's have a look at the
Someone
sculpture.
must have a love of dance. Or bare navels. It doesn't do anything. Thank God.
He is the most judgmental character. Malachi isn't jaded enough, is he? He really is wonderfully sarcastic. Okay, let's go and have a look in her bedroom. Let's carry a flask of water or something, dude.
Dance images and more family photos. Boring.
Human contact. Boring.
Dance images and...
Oh, there we go. Now, Fish, I would not say that he reminds me of you when you were younger, but I didn't know you when you were really young. It's a bureau.
The desk is 19th century, Italian design.
That looks actually a lot like my mum's bureau, to be honest, Becky. Okay, let's raid her stuff. Yeah, secretaire is another. Like this.
Bianca kept some pens in here. No surprise, it is a writing desk. A small desk clock, worthless. Nothing interesting.
Oh, come on. Rifle through her personal papers.
Perfectly ordinary clear tape. They look like drawers, but they're decorative. They don't actually open.
That would drive me nuts.
I recognize that. It's a key slot, probably for a secret drawer.
Okay.
Bianca's planner. It's open to the day she was murdered. She'd written in a concert for that evening, but there's nothing else relevant. Nothing interesting.
Okay.
Postage stamps? Do people actually mail things anymore?
Now, Meki, I've actually done that in an investigation when I was writing a scenario. They actually managed to miss it.
The notebook looks brand new.
Okay.
Nothing interesting.
It's just real life. We don't care
Nothing
about
interesting. Nothing interesting.
it. Okay.
Blank envelopes. Nothing interesting.
Okay. I need that key. Whatever goes there, I need it. Yes, do they really?
The stool goes with the bed set. It looks rather useless.
It's wonderful.
There's a light breeze tonight. Perhaps it's an incoming storm.
Yes, that might be interesting.
Her robe and slippers are still laid out, waiting for Bianca to come home. I wonder how long it will be before someone dares put them away. Senor Cardolo said this was Bianca's room, which means I presume that this was not the matrimonial bed.
That's a waste.
The bench looks like it's been well used. Nothing helpful about it, though.
Coming on the heels of the not the matrimonial bed, now I wonder what they got up to on the bench.
I can't relax in here. Too many reminders of Bianca. What a tragic ending.
Oh, weird slippers.
Nearly everything in this room matches. I prefer a more eclectic approach myself.
Yes, I mean, clearly this room was designed by somebody whose job it was to do the design.
This bed set is a 19th century reproduction. Expensive, but not valuable, or even in good taste.
It's a storm coming in. Perhaps it's the apocalypse. I should cancel my paper delivery. You just know that would be about his reaction. Okay, let's have a look at the dresser.
That must be Bianca's son. He's young to lose a mother.
And for those of you who weren't here for the opening comic introduction, Kai got to see his mother being savaged by a lion as she left her lover outside the family home. There's a reason he's kinda screwed up.
It appears to be an old family Bible. Really not my cup of tea.
Okay.
The top drawer of the dresser.
Okay, fair enough. We don't get any more details than that. What a lot of gloves.
Gloves. This is quite an assortment. Not many women wear gloves these days. I wonder what Bianca saw in them. Interesting. This glove is quite large. It would fit my hand.
Okay, I'm not judging. I know that's probably supposed to be, studded with gems or some kind of little bit of pearling or something. But is it just me, or does that just look like a biker glove? Can I...
These overly large gloves are interesting, but I don't need to take them with me.
Good grief. How many gloves does one woman need?
These overly gloves.
Okay.
Interesting. This glove is...
Yeah, we know. Else? Or for any more? That will be a... Right, okay. So what do we have now in the data points? Okay, she was 19 when she had a son. Princess Victoria, Livia Drusilla, both gave birth in teens. Okay. First son at 19, shortly after her marriage. First son, age 22. Probably too old for Cleopatra. Married at age 18 to a 43-year-old politician. Could be Catherine Howard. 18 to 45. Whoa. Okay. 19 to a chap 4 times her age. We don't even get the age on him. Not related, however. Let's take that one out of the mix. Marie Antoinette. Skill was admired by many despite their opinions of the woman herself, having trained since her youth as an excellent dancer. Okay. And murdered by hanging. So we're narrowing it down a bit. Bianca's life story does sort of give one hope. I just need to become a wealthy politician, it seems. Yes. And have an excellent line in tailored suits. And facial hair that would make Doc Strange jealous. Okay. Right. Let's head to the antique shop. As I said I'd swing by if I were in Venice. No, look, I'm in Venice. He does. He rocks one of the best goatees in the business.
It's a pleasure to see you. Welcome back to Venice.
Thank you, Signor Barozzi.
Did you come about the figurine? Let me know when you're ready to see it.
Okay. However, first off, since I'm here... let's have a chat with Detective Brunetta.
Pronto, Detective Brunetta.
Buongiorno. This is Malachi Rector. I need to speak with you about the death of Bianca Cardano.
I was told to expect your call. Meet me at 425 alla Due Colonne. That's the site of the murder.
Thank you. I'll see you there.
Thank you very much. Yes, I've just arranged an appointment with the murder detective. So, let's have a look at this figurine, eh?
Barozzi is old school, like a lot of antique dealers. He still records his sales on paper.
Oh my god. Like an animal.
His desk isn't old, but it's certainly taken a beating. I wouldn't have it in my shop.
Is it just me, or do Jane Jensen's protagonists start off as unlikable arses and get thoroughly humanised over the course of the story? Because Gabe very much starts that way. Okay, what else do we have? Nice.
Genuine Murano glass. They've been making necklaces like this in Venice for centuries. This one is well kept for its age.
Okay.
Those candelabra are interesting. They look like they came from the church.
Interesting little mix.
The soft lighting covers a multitude of sins.
Oh, what's going on with the tentacles there. I think it's supposed to be elephants, but it looks more like the Cthulhu cabinet.
Venetian fine china. It's affordable and ever so slightly rare. Good for Barozzi's middle-class clientele.
Ooh, damning with faint praise there, Malachi. Hide your Murano bowl. Nice, Mickey.
I've seen better, in art and in real life. I hate lions. Unfortunately, they're very popular in antiques.
To be fair, that you have justification for, dear.
I never buy or sell anything like that.
Okay.
It looks like a collapsible pole. Perhaps a Venetian boat pole. Interesting piece.
Oh. Excellent. I love antique glass, but I can't afford to buy them from proper antique shops, so I'm kind of reliant on finding such things in jumble sales and such. And unfortunately these days everybody knows what things are worth, so...
The soft light...
Oh, no, we've done that one. Okay. Boat pole up there. Comment on everything else, and you leave the Plague Doctor mask alone. Okay. What do you do?
It's a protester. They're thick as flies in the city. I'm not interested in hearing about her politics.
Okay.
Signor Giuseppe Barozzi. I've known him for years. While his stock is usually lower grade, he knows when he's seen something significant, and he calls me.
No. Okay, let's have a chat.
Signor Barozzi, might I have a word?
How can I help you, Mr. Rector?
Right. I doubt he knows.
Did you know
anything.
Bianca Cardolo?
Why, yes.
Oh.
That is, I knew who she was. She even came into the shop one time. Her murder is incomprehensible.
I'm looking for information about her.
I didn't know her personally, but I'll tell you what I can. What do you want to know?
Okay, I was not expecting this questline.
Tell me about Bianca Cardolo's family.
Ah, well, you know I love Italian history. Her father, Signor Antonio Savoy, is from two of the most noble Italian families, the Savoys and the Capetians. The Savoys, as you know, were the royal family in Italy up until World War II.
Interesting.
I was not saying that, but yes, he does look like Stanley Fish.
Tell me about Bianca Cardolo's husband.
Dante Cardoso. You know, he is from the Capetian family, just like Bianca's father. But they are distant cousins. He was very popular in Venice. He could have gone far in politics. But his support of the EU at any cost has the common people very angry. Only time will tell if his political career survives. If indeed Italy survives.
Thank you for the information.
Yes, I think we're getting the, definitely the cut-down Cliff Notes version, Chrono.
Was Bianca Cardolo wealthy?
Oh, yes. Both her birth family and her husband's family are extremely wealthy. There's no doubt about that.
I see.
It's none of my business, but why are you interested in Bianca Cardolo?
Her story caught my eye, that's all.
I can't blame you. It is a terrible thing. Oh, Mr. Rector, such a crime does nothing to help the city's morale. We could all use some good news, eh?
If you learn anything new about Bianca Cardolo, please contact me.
Absolutely. I would be happy to.
It's slightly embarrassing. I know very little about relatively modern Italian history. It was very much the city-state model, wasn't it? As opposed to a unified nation.
How is the antique business in Venice these days?
How good can it be with this global recession? Italy is drowning in debt, and the protesters keep even the tourists away. In all honesty, I have never seen conditions so desperate.
Fortunately, there's always a market for luxury items. The rich get richer even in a downturn.
How can you say so? The EU is about to collapse. There are terrible days ahead for everyone.
I don't believe it's as bad as all that. The press love to fearmonger.
I am afraid it is that bad. Unless we can find some brilliant leadership to steer the world out of this mess, things look very black.
Well, I hope I am standing here in a year, and you can tell me you were wrong.
So do I.
Okay. City-states and small kingdoms such as Naples and the main Savoy holding in Sardinia, which controlled Nice and the chunk of the French Riviera. Yeah, this game is definitely, it's an outverse, but when it was written, I think it was more outverse than it actually is now, in so many ways.
I'd like to see the figurine you mentioned in your letter.
See, here it is. Take all the time you need.
Okay.
I hope you'll find it to your liking. I know your taste is excellent.
We'll see.
The special Brexit edition fish unfortunately has everything on fire.
That's all for now. Thank you.
As you wish.
I have patronised you enough. Let's just Oh, apparently let's dose up, shall we? He just hides his Tic Tacs in a medicine bottle. That's a Lewis Chestnut.
An interesting piece, if genuine. I should analyze it.
Genuine. Genuine. It's another one of those words that you just tend to get wrong, coming from the wrong basic language. Hey. Early 6th century. Okay, let's have a look. He looks incredibly stressed. Well, it's a Lewis chessman. I think we can safely link that one up. Material, elephant ivory. Probably not. Synthetic ivory, definitely not. Probably walrus. Yeah. It's got the yellow. Okay. Incredibly intricate medieval chess pieces. There we go.
The figurine is an excellent find, Senor Barozzi. It's a 12th century Lewis chessman piece. The British Museum and the Museum of Scotland each have part of the collection, so we might be able to get them to bid against each other. Marvelous. Can I assume our usual split?
Of course. Oh, that is good news. Should I have it sent to your store in Manhattan?
Please do. Oh, and insure the hell out of it.
Of course. Thank you. I'm not ashamed to say I will be glad for the money.
Excellent. You're telling a co-worker about Brunhilde yesterday. He was a bit big in the back when you went into her voice. Oh, Brunhilde, the incredibly northern halfling, yes. Right. Let's go and have a chat with the copper. Oh, Meki. We have to make him talk like that on April 1st. Murder Bridge. Where was she found? She was found at Murder Bridge. Is there a story behind this name? Yes, but your accent isn't Lancashire, Fish. Your accent is definitely Yorkshire. Oh, dear. He's been beamed in from about 1952, hasn't he?
That must be Detective Brunetta. I wonder how Ambledexter got the Italian police to work with me.
Funny.
There's definitely more to this than Dexter was willing to tell me.
Okay, let's analyse. Red eyes, allergies, working long hours and little sleep, or stoned? Let's assume he's working long hours. You need to associate with some of your northern relatives, Fish. Bloated stomach. Stress-induced acid reflux, just had a huge meal, drinks beer excessively. Well, if he's working long hours, he's probably stressed. Smoker. Smokes to avoid eating, thinks he looks makes him look sexy, high-stress job. Should we just assume stress straight down the line? Well-worn coat. 20 years as a detective, shops at thrift stores, or addiction to dry cleaning. Let's assume he's been in the business a while. Burnett has been a detective around 20 years. His job is usually stressful, but has been even more so in the past week. Okay, let's go and have a chat. Hello.
Are you Detective Brunetta?
That is correct. Mr. Rector?
Yes.
I've been told to answer any questions you have about the death of Bianca Cardolo. I can't say I understand why.
Well, I'm glad to know where you stand, Detective. Let's get started, if you don't mind.
Okay.
It's always good to know your source. You won't mind telling me something about yourself?
That depends on what you want to know.
This is a high-profile case, isn't it? You've been working on it around the clock.
That's right. Never lets you go, a case like this. And what is your stake in it, Rector?
I'm not trying to find her killer. I just need information.
And you're a luckier man than I. But if you mean you'll stay out of my way, then I'm glad for it.
Okay. Twins called Lancashire and Yorkshire. Oh dear. Yes, she's lurking with intent, isn't she?
You've been a detective for a long time. 20 years at least.
That's right.
Coat.
Someone told you about me?
Your experience is obvious.
I will take that as a compliment.
Do you know the Cardolo family personally?
I'm not a part of that high society, even if I have the time to have a social life, which I don't.
Okay, so who told you to talk to me, and what are your orders?
You said you were told to answer my questions. Can I ask by whom?
You don't know?
I'm not in the habit of asking questions I know the answer to.
I was told it came from a mayor's office. You were hired by Signor Cardolo, perhaps?
Not really.
No, it wasn't Cardolo.
Interesting. Well, at least I know that much.
Tell me about Bianca Cardolo.
She was a popular figure in Venice. Everyone knew her. She was even named the most beautiful woman in the city several years ago. The public wants her killer found, and so do I.
Okay, socialite.
Tell me about Bianca Cardolo's murder.
We know she was followed while walking home from a concert. She ran. The killers caught up with her here where we're standing. They hanged her from this bridge.
Sounds familiar. In fact, I read that much in the papers.
I can't read your mind, Mr. Rector. If you have questions, ask them.
Catty.
She was walking home from a concert alone?
Yes, her husband is a very busy man. As I understand, she often attended artistic events without him.
Okay.
Was she robbed? Molested?
No, her purse fell into the canal. We retrieved it. Her money and credit cards were all there. Her jewelry was untouched. There were no signs of rape.
Were there any witnesses?
No one came forward, even after Signor Cardolo put out a personal request.
Do you have any leads on the killers?
No. If you want my opinion, such as it is, they were professionals. They left no physical evidence on the bridge or on the body. Even the rope was generic.
Okay.
Tell me about the Cardolo family.
Dante Cardolo, her husband, is extremely wealthy and a very important man in local politics. Well-respected man, for good reason. Her father, Venetian royalty. It would be difficult to find a more distinguished bloodline anywhere in Italy. This crime has all of Venice in shock, and we have no leads. We haven't found anyone who would want to hurt her.
And yet, someone did.
Yes. If you want my opinion, her family had nothing to do with it. But that begs the question, eh? Who did?
It's just me, or is Malachi giving extreme side-eye to the detective? Generic rope, presumably 50 feet of it. Yes.
Those are all the questions I have, Detective.
Maybe someday I'll know what this was all about, eh?
I doubt it. Even I don't know what it's all about. But I wish you luck in finding Bianca's killer.
I'll need more than wishes. Arrivederci, Mr. Hector.
Arrivederci.
Okay. So, time to have a chat with the Lucky Lou.
That house needs repair. A lot of these Venetian homes have been passed down through generations, and the current owners can't afford the upkeep. Pardon, Signora. May I have a word with you?
Yes? What can I do for you?
You were incredibly nosy about a murder investigation. You think he's the devil? You should just cross yourself every time you leave the house. Right, let's have a look.
The old woman must own that rundown house. They're a matched set.
Catty. Severe hairstyle, hides drugs in her bun. The tired teacher thinks the style is sexy. She definitely doesn't think it's sexy. And I very much doubt she's on drugs. Touches her neck. Lost or sold jewellery. Has a sore throat or scratching an itch. She's poor. Bed clothes. Can't see well. Moth infestation at home. Low income. It's going to be low income. Calloused fingers. String musician. Compulsive finger rubber or works in a dial factory. Well... let's assume string musician, because what? I like this. I do remember how to play this game, but I don't remember all the plot points. Because I have been through it before, but it's been long enough that a lot of this is new to me. It's faded into memory. The Signora is a retired music teacher with money problems. Should be open to bribery.
Yes, Signore. What can I do for you?
Yeah, I'm not sure about the dial factory.
Is this your home, Signora? It's lovely.
Ah, grazie. It's been in my family for 4 generations.
It's not long, actually.
I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Malachi Rector.
Buonasera, Signore. I am Caterina Falone.
I'm a felon.
I noticed that you seem nervous, Signora.
You would be nervous too if unspeakable things happen just outside your front door. I do not wish to talk about it.
Okay. Huh.
I would like to speak with you about the murder, Signora.
No, I'm sorry. I won't speak about that. I already said as much to the police.
But I am not the police. You can talk to me.
I don't know you, Signore. And it is too terrible to talk about. No.
I'm not the police, and I'm just going to stand here in a lovely suit, purring at you.
Thank you for speaking with me, Signora.
It was a pleasure to speak with such a fine gentleman. Arrivederci.
But I'm still not giving you any information that you want. Thanks for that. Right, let's have a look in the canal.
There's something on the bottom of the canal. Could it have fallen from Bianca's purse?
Ah, okay. Right. I think we've got anything else.
Bianca ran from the killers, and they caught her here. It's probable that this location was random, but not the public hanging. Her death was meant to be noticed.
Never underestimate the power, Meki, of little old ladies to disappear. Blink of an eye. Or Batman.
The police thoroughly swept the bridge for clues, and I don't see anything unusual about it.
Okay.
According to Brunetta, not a soul in those buildings saw the murder.
Well, there's a shock. Okay.
Ah, Mr. Rector. I'm glad you stopped by. Someone was here looking for you.
Oh? Who was that?
It was an Asian woman, middle-aged. She didn't give her name. She came in to inquire about you after your last visit. To be honest, I didn't like her manner, and I told her I didn't know you. I hope I wasn't wrong.
No, she doesn't sound like anyone I know, and I don't care for people knowing my business. Let me know if she bothers you again.
I'll have
Of
her
course.
assassinated. Okay. I have a suspicion.
Genuine Murano glass.
Okay. Ah, we have new options.
I'd like to take this boat pole. Can you put it on my account?
Of course.
Just... Where are you going to keep that in that suit? There's collapsible and there's collapsible here. Okay, let's look up Caterina Filone.
I believe that's a younger photo of Signora Filone, the woman who lives near the site of Bianca's murder.
No.
She's wearing a Venetian Murano glass necklace. I don't recall seeing it on her when we met.
As an Asian woman, she said something about keeping Gabe glued up on the opposition. Exactly, fishy. Yeah, she appeared to be from California. And this picture of Caterina Filone, my lovely aunt from her 20s. Look what a looker. Love you, auntie. But we don't love you enough to keep an eye on you.
Future Intelligence Technology Agency. What does that mean? Hey, what on earth? I've never had a page deleted while I was viewing it. Very strange.
You have to get yourself one of those porn passes, mate. Okay, I don't think I've got enough to finish off the profile on Cardolo yet. So, however, I have plans.
I think this one is worth a purchase. I'd like to buy this necklace.
Certainly. Let me get that for you.
The boat pole is on his account. The necklace, no.
Shall
Cash,
I
please.
put it on your account?
Oh,
Please.
There you are. You have a good eye, as always, Mr. Rector.
Often buy jewellery from this guy. A nice touch. It's now no longer in the case. Right. Let's go and see if we can bribe a geriatric Venetian. I shouldn't be looking, but I just did, and my first thought was, oh, Malachi's got a nice bum. Yeah. It's a romance to blossom. Okay.
Signora Filone, I was so struck by your elegance during
God,
our
maybe it
earlier
is.
conversation. I saw this in a shop today, and for some reason had the idea that it must be worn by you and no other.
Oh, Signore, how could you have known, eh? I had a similar necklace that I wore for many years, but recently, well, I was forced to part with it. I shouldn't accept it, but it has been years since I've received tokens from such a handsome young man, eh? How can I refuse? Mille grazie, Signore, thank you.
It's my pleasure.
Now, Corona Magistrate, given that there is the visual novel builder, I'm now so tempted to create that. Using graphics from the game and just see if I could pull that one off. Okay, now I've given you a present, will you talk to me about the murder?
I'm sorry to trouble you with a distressing subject, Signora. But may I ask you about the night of the murder?
I really don't want to talk about that. I'm frightened.
Of course you are. Who wouldn't be? But I'm not the police, and this information is not for the courts. It will stay between you and me.
Well...
You, me, and the government agency who hired me in another country.
A musician like yourself, your ears are very keen.
Yes, I heard a scream, as if her mouth was covered by a hand.
You looked out the window. What did you see?
There were two men, all in black. Slender, small.
Did you see their faces?
No, their heads, their faces. They were covered in black, as if they were in a play. I swear. Oh, perhaps I've been foolish. I should have stayed quiet. I must go. Thank you for the necklace.
Signora.
Oh, that's gone. Okay. Murdered by underfed midgets. Yeah, fair enough, fish. On the other hand, we know that there was an Asian woman looking for me, so... Asian men? She's assuming that they're men, of course. Right.
That wouldn't do much good.
Okay.
There's nothing I need to access on the other side of that bridge.
Okie dokie.
The hook won't stick to the bare pole. I need to try something else.
Okay. Do I have chewing gum? No. But I know where there's sellotape. Could have been robots. Can't get his suit wet. Absolutely not. Right. Rather than go to a stationery shop, I'm going to head back to the scene of poor demised woman's residence and nick her sellotape. Because I'm a character in a point-and-click adventure game. That's how it works. Yeah.
Perfectly ordinary clear tape.
Assuming I can do that anyway.
Nothing interesting.
Oh, it's aspirin, okay. And whatever he has for prescription. So, okay. Kind of assuming I'd be able to use tape on
Perfectly
the,
ordinary clear.
antique boat pole. But maybe
A 19th century printer's desk.
Okay. Oh. Ah, hello. What can I do with the flowers I couldn't do before? Ooh, apparently now face through the piano.
White roses. White roses.
Ah, there we go.
I don't think Senor Condello will miss this.
Dismantling the flower arrangements from the funeral. This man never met a social mora he was not happy to completely violate. Right, let's have another go. So... What's that? Right, okay. You have to combine them in the right order. So, I now have a pole. Ah.
It's a boat pole with some florist's putty on the end.
See previous because I'm a point-and-click adventure character. Okay.
I have a feeling this brass hook dropped from Bianca's purse. I'll take it with me.
Thank you. Is there anything else in the canal?
I don't see anything else of interest down there.
Okay. Maybe Poppins. Becky, you just want to ruin the poor guy's suit.
This brass hook was under the bridge where Bianca was murdered.
Right. Yes, he has miracle pockets. But no. It's like every other character. He has the good grace to try and hide it in his suit jacket. Instead of in, you know, skinny jeans or something. It's not my fault, Meki, that they actually put some effort into the modelling. Pockets of holding, they can't mess up the line of the suit. Exactly, Chrono. That's the technology we need to push for. Right, let's see about using that in the key slot, see if that works.
I need the key. It would be broad and flat.
Okay. Oh, no, that is that.
Ah, and there we have it.
Okay. Medical cream.
Prescription cream for plaque psoriasis. Has Bianca's name on it. I wonder what this key card goes to. I should find out.
Okay.
It's a cheap prepaid phone. Who did Bianca need to speak to that she couldn't call on a regular cell phone? Let's see who Bianca was talking to. I need to find out who Gabriella is. I'll put this in my phone's contacts.
Consider your privacy thoroughly violated.
That doesn't...
Oh, okay, so I can't take it out with me. Right. Is this Gabriella?
Pronto?
Am I speaking with Gabriella?
Si, this is Gabriella Spira. Who is this?
I'm calling about Bianca Cardolo. I found your number on her phone.
I thought someone might be calling me. Are you with the police?
I'm an independent investigator. May we meet?
I work near the Doji Palace. There's a cafe on the north side of the plaza. Can you meet me there?
Yes, I'll see you soon.
Yes, apparently the SIM contact had her photo. Okay. Nice search for... No, I can't do a search for Gabriella. Apparently he doesn't care. Okay. Nice.
The Doja Palace dates back to the 14th century. The tourists love it.
Gotta get a little dig in there
I've
somewhere.
toured the palace before. I don't have time this trip.
Tourists. Lots of tourists. Lovely view.
What a stunning view. There really is no city like Venice.
Soggy.
The lady enjoys an afternoon espresso, I see.
In a huge cup for an espresso, surely. No, I will not tell you who I am. That doesn't matter at all. I can see your name written in front of all your speech. Yes, thank you, Fish. I can turn the subs off if it annoys you.
That must be Gabriella Spira.
Wow, look at the heels on those. Nice. Okay. Hair and makeup highlight the face. She's either vain, wants a suntan, or is trying to seduce me. She's only just heard you on the phone, dude. Let's go with vain. That's usually a good idea. Touches her hair, highly conscious of social image, has tried a new shampoo or feels insecure. She's a hair flipper. Lean and muscular legs, dancer, cyclist or postal worker. Well, we know Bianca was a dancer, so let's go with that. Gabriella Spiro is a dancer. She's vain and very concerned with her social image. Although, frankly, from those details, she could be a Pilates instructor.
Are you Gabriella Spira?
Si, Signor Hector. You're investigating Bianca's death?
That's right. May I?
Please, sit down.
Oh, he's so eyeing her up.
About Bianca.
Yes.
Okay.
Tell me about Bianca's family.
She came from a very important family. Her father is Antonio Savoy.
Okay.
Her mother's father. He was a highly respected magistrate in Venice.
Ability.
Not just anyone can be friends with someone like that. Her family was very, protective of Bianca. But they were very fond of me.
Amazing. I ask one question about a murder victim and she manages to make it about her. Wow.
Tell me about Bianca.
She adored the music. She loved to go to concerts. And she loved to dance.
She continued to dance after she married Dante Cardolo?
Yes, but she only went to the studio to practice when no one else was there.
Bingo.
How did you meet Bianca?
We were in the same dance company. Do you know, we were rivals at first, but I came to love Bianca like a sister. I can't believe she's dead, and to die in such a way... It's horrible.
It's overdramatic.
It certainly is. I'm sorry for your loss. Do you have any idea who might have killed Bianca?
No, everyone loved her. She was very sweet, especially when you consider the importance of her family and all her money. She was not vain at all. He must have been, how do you call it, a serial killer. Random.
Yes, that's likely.
Rarely have I encountered anyone who can make "that's likely" sound, well, that's out of bollocks.
What's the name of your dance studio? I'd like to look up some of your performances.
Would you? I'm so flattered. We have a recital next week. It's La Compagnia Venezia.
Excellent.
Okay.
I'll look it up.
It's Generic Dance Company of Venice.
Two beautiful young women, best of friends. You knew Bianca better than anyone else, didn't you?
Well, I was her dearest friend. Bianca trusted me with her life.
Yeah,
And with her
phrasing.
secrets? What did you know about Bianca that most people did not?
It wasn't anything she told me, but Bianca was very, worried about her looks. She was not confident.
Yeah.
Was there something specific about Bianca's looks that she didn't like?
Oh, I don't know. You know how women are. The slightest flaw. I really don't think Bianca would wish me to speak of it. But I can tell you this.
Go
If she'd
easy.
had more confidence, Bianca could have gone far. Perhaps become the wife of the Prime Minister one day. As it was, she was content to marry Dante and stay in Venice.
Tell me about Dante Cardolo, Bianca's husband.
She was very happy with Dante. It was her dream to marry a politician. And, well, she liked the attention of the press.
Okay. Whose dream is it to marry a politician?
Tell me about Bianca's son.
Paolo. What a beautiful boy. She adored him, of course.
She didn't mind? Having a child while she herself was so young.
Not Bianca. She loved it. In fact, she was expecting another child when she died.
Ooh.
Did you say Bianca was pregnant when she died?
You didn't know? Oh,
Oops.
now I don't know if the family would approve of me saying so.
It's quite all right. I won't tell anyone. How far along was she?
About 3 months. The test said he was a girl. She was so excited. Oh, God. I'm sorry. Sometimes it all becomes too real.
I apologize for upsetting you. I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you for meeting me, Signorina Spira.
Grazia. If there's anything more I can do for you, please call.
I will. Arrivederci.
Well, you could be onto something, Meki. And again, good lord, Malachi. That hair colour, I believe, is 414B. But nice and easy. Just because I don't particularly want to have to do it. Right, okay. So let's head off to this academy. Unless we can't talk to Cardolo again, I'm guessing. Head to the dance academy. We have the key card reader, we have the card. Oh, that's nice. I love that it just opens straight off the road. No changing rooms, no nothing. But yes, it's very nice. There we go.
Bianca as the cursed princess of Swan Lake. My god, her hands. Overly large and reddened by a severe skin condition. Perhaps that's why Bianca had no more grandiose plans than being the wife of the mayor of Venice. Interesting.
Yeah, you know what? I would put up with that problem. Although, to be fair, I am familiar with the skin problem.
Those costumes are stylish, but there's no one I know in the photo.
Yes.
A prima ballerina. I don't recognize her.
It does indeed explain the gloves, Maggie.
There's no need to take that photo.
Okay.
How dramatic. I don't know anyone in that shot. There's no way to even know who that is.
Now you're just being sarky. Okay,
I need a record of it, but I don't want to carry the frame with me.
Well, okay then. We have this phone. It's the same smartphone as the one from Cognitive.
I need a record.
There we go.
Good. Now that's an interesting data point. I've learned enough about Bianca now to attempt my analysis.
Right, off we go. So, Bianca's hands were overly large and she had a skin condition, no matches found. She was pregnant with her second child, aged 21. Princess Victoria's there. Livia Drusilla, pregnant with second son, aged 20. Had her second child, aged 23. Bianca's dream was to be married to a powerful political man. She and her ambitious advisor attempted to make the future queen very dependent on them, knowing they were in line for the... That doesn't really tie up with who she wanted to marry, you know. Commonly held to have been extremely ambitious and power-seeking. Okay. Daughter of a respected magistrate. Her mother was an empress and queen, daughter of Emperor Charles VI. No, not a magistrate. Daughter of a Roman magistrate. Okay, we may have a winner here. Celebrated Roman general. Well, we have a magistrate. I'm inclined to knock out the other Roman. Eldest daughter of the Duke of... Book that has nothing to do with that. Referred to as the most beautiful woman in the city. Okay. So did great beauty. Extraordinary beauty. Abigail Adams, prestigious and wealthy family, well off in later life. Okay. Is that really up there with the most wealthy in Europe? Well, you don't feature in any of the other data points, so I'm thinking I'll knock out anyone who doesn't. Catherine Howard. That's the only point she matches up on. I am inclined. Nobody corresponds to the skin condition. Pregnant with her second child, age 21. Countess Marie is knocked out, I'm inclined to say. And Abigail Adams barely fits. Take Livia Drusilla. Closest match is Livia Drusilla, but there is 2 significant data points that don't match. Okay.
I think that completes my investigation in Venice. I'll let Dexter know I'm done and on my way home.
Well, let him know when you get in, just to be safe.
I'm taking the first flight in the morning. Dexter wants to see me straight from the airport. Won't take a report from the phone. Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Big secrets,
Oof, is Dexter sinister? Okay, you're being accosted by Ninja.
You could have just asked for an introduction. Two men ransacked my hotel room in Venice, and then they ransacked me. They took photos of my passport. Why?
What did the intruders look like?
Their faces were covered, but they were Asian. I'd guessed Chinese, but I can't be sure.
I apologize, Mr. Rector. I can assure you that I had no idea you would be in any danger. This was a fact-finding mission, nothing more. Please, if you would be so kind as to tell me what you learned about Bianca Cardolo. Did you make any connection between her and anyone in history?
No.
We were certain there must be something.
A person could make the mistake of associating her with Livia Drusilla. She was the wife of Augustus Caesar. Had a father descended from 2 prominent bloodlines, the Livy and the Claudi. Her mother was a daughter of a magistrate, and her first husband shared a bloodline with her father's family. She was married at 18 to a much older politician, whose politics were not popular at the time. She had 2 children with him. She was by all accounts wealthy, beautiful, and ambitious. Just like Bianca Cardolo.
So, you do associate Bianca Cardolo with Livia Drusilla?
I already said no. Look at her hands. Augustus appreciated beauty, too much so. He would have never married a woman with a physical flaw like this one.
That's very insightful. Thank you. We would like to continue to work with you, if you're amenable.
No.
I thought the fee was generous.
I want to know what this is all about.
The truth is, I can't trust you. Not yet. Perhaps in time, as we work together. I understand, a man of your intellect, how curious you must be. How frustrating it is not knowing everything you want to know.
I'm not frustrated. I'm done. If you need me again, you know my terms.
Would it matter to you if I told you that your work for us could be of invaluable service to your country and your countrymen? Maybe the entire world?
No.
have to admire the protagonist.
You're not seriously gonna let him go.
I am. We wait. We wait for the pattern.
How many times in games
It wasn't her. They thought it was, but
have you
it
wanted
wasn't.
to do that?
Yes. I think she's still out there. We'll do everything we can to locate her. You have my word, Senator.
You can't risk them finding her first.
Give me time. They think she's dead, so they'll be off her trail, at least for a while.
Very well. Keep in touch. I'd like to hear more.
Hello.
Still working? Won't you come up to bed?
I will, darling. Soon.
Huh. Hey. Right. I'm going straight on to chapter 2. Yeah, I do approve of anyone who's basically willing to take the attitude like that. You're not going to tell me any information? Fine, I'm going. Bye. Sunny desert, gonna be no rescue tonight. Hello.
Need some help?
No, I've already called someone.
I fixed engines in the military. Jeeps and tanks mostly, but, you know, I know my way around.
Malachi, how to win friends and influence people.
Just trying to help. I think I can fix this. Or I can keep walking.
I'll pay you if you fix it. Otherwise, I'll be standing here all night.
No problem. I'm David Walker, by the way.
I've got a gun in my hand.
I'll get started. I think that should do it. Try starting her up.
Yeah. Such a trusting soul, Malachi.
You go. I have to go straight to the airport, so...
Nice. Canopic chest
I should take a
finds.
look at my dossier on the Canopic chest and review my notes.
Your transmission code of both chest and paperwork be authenticated as valid and legal before we confirm the bank transfer. Okie dokie. Okay, an intact canopic chest discovered at a recent dig by Dr. Samuel Lessing, archaeologist. Believed to be the chest of Horemheb, who was one of Tutankhamun's generals. Horemheb later became a pharaoh himself. Everyone should have an ambition. Okie dokie.
Mr. Masri recommended this hotel, said it was pleasant and right next to his shop. In point of fact, it's a pit. On the other hand, at least I can get a look at his shop before our meeting tomorrow. The hotel has thoughtfully provided 4 pillows, in case I want to smother myself in the middle of the night.
Sorry. Oh my god, he's channeling my brain. This is me in a crap hotel room.
It's a stock photograph blown up and printed at a local print shop, and badly framed. That's a closet.
Anything in it?
A wire hanger. About what you'd expect in a place like this.
Ha! Hello, Jakar. And who dream of eating giant marshmallow wake up with no pillow, Confucius say. Yes.
I don't have a reason to carry around a wire hanger at the moment.
Fair play.
My carry-on bag.
Okay. Is that where your gun is? Because I can't help thinking if you're going to go wandering around Cairo in the middle of the night, might be a plan. Oh, yes, is the answer.
I bought this gun in Cairo when I first landed. It seemed advisable after the fiasco in Spain. I wish I were more comfortable using it. I suppose I'll have to take lessons the next time I'm home. How thrilling. If I'm going out on the streets, I suppose I should take this with me.
Anything else? Nope, and nope, and nope. Okay.
Here's a general rule. Nothing valuable ever comes in wicker.
Okay, back in a sec, guys. I'm just briefly going to go AFK, and then I will get back to this. Yes, ouch, true, but ouch. Seeing the carry-on bag written out makes suddenly more sense than thinking it's written carry-on bag. Why would anybody carry just loose meat around with them? Here's my roadkill satchel. Okay. Disturbingly, I've stayed in worse places. Might get peckish. Ouch.
The Seven Wonders Hotel. The first wonder is that anyone stays here.
Sometime in this game, Malachi, you will encounter something you are not sarky about. This is not that time.
A public trash can.
Ugh, again. Language.
There's nothing I need in that trash can.
I tend to introduce Americans to the term dustbin, especially if they're going to try and pretend to be British.
Magnificent Cairo. What a fascinating city. Of course, the best parts of it are over there, and I'm over here. It's a container of motor oil.
Of course it is.
I don't have a need for motor oil at the moment.
I like that he's leaving his options open at the moment. You need to create a new wondrous item for D&D called a carrion bag. Fair enough, fish. Okay.
I wonder how long that car has been sitting there. Since the Nixon administration, perhaps.
Ouch. Okay. Let's go for a wander. Well, this looks like the sort of classy place he would normally go.
That's Mr. Mosry's shop. Not exactly high-end. I need to learn more about Mosry before our meeting tomorrow, so I can anticipate how much trouble he's going to be. Cairo Youth Hostel. Thankfully, I've never had to stay in one of these.
Yes. Becky, you just want him to go through the rubbish in that outfit. You know what? I have a powerful urge to save the game. Wandering around Cairo in the dead of night. Yes, he took off his jacket. That's his one concession to it being Africa.
That door looks like it's been through a nuclear war. I don't know what's in that building, but I'm fairly certain I don't need to go in there.
Okay.
A Roman aqueduct. It connects to the Nile River and was quite the achievement in its time. It's no longer in use, but it's impressive that it's still standing.
Yes, Roman architecture renowned for not being there any longer.
An open-air garbage pit. How convenient. It's such a waste of energy to have to lift a lid.
Oh, I can go to the youth hostel.
Greetings, sir. Would you like a room?
No, I just thought I'd look around.
I'm sorry, but you can't enter unless you're staying here. I need to see a registration card.
What accent are you using?
She's young and formidable.
I don't have a registration card.
What do you need to see to let me in?
A hostel registration card or a credit card to get a room.
I don't need a room. I'm already booked at the glorious Seven Wonders Hotel.
Okay, this actually looks marginally better. Okay, what do we have? Anything interesting? Nope, nope. Okay, never mind. Yes, Fish, she's using a Skellige action. Mad Dog's an Englishman. You can tell she's in the tourist area. They expect to see pyramids, irrespective. Right, so basically... God, I can teleport. This is the cheap area of Cairo. Presumably just where Ryanair puts you and claims it's the city centre. Okay. I want to know what the motor oil's for.
Looks like a private residence.
Okay.
I don't need to go in there.
Go.
Wooden crates. Impromptu seating? A lorry accident? That crate can stay where it is.
Yes, good point, Fish. It's actually in Cairo. Ah, we have a bar. You have a suspiciously dark alley, which naturally I'm going to send Malachi wandering down. Because the man has as much self-preservation as a lemming skydiver.
It's a rather old-fashioned light switch.
Okay. It doesn't work.
That didn't work. It's a dumpster for trash. That air vent goes into the bar.
Okay.
I can't reach it.
Okay. What else do we have?
That building has a fire escape.
God, it's actual health and safety legislation.
It's a wooden shipping crate.
Which I apparently can use. Okay.
I don't have a reason to do anything with that crate at the moment.
Fair play.
That building has a fire escape.
Can I use the ladder? No, I can't. Okay. So there is an alley. It has lighting, but it doesn't have good lighting.
Lady of the Dunes. That's a bit ambitious. It's just a wooden cart. There's nothing I need to haul at the moment. Lady of the...
Oh, right, okay. Anything else? This whole place is just Sleaze Central, isn't it?
There's nothing I... Lady...
Oh, that's the same thing. Okay. I think a drink is probably the best idea in this place. Oh, this is classy. Random dartboard.
It's a well-used dartboard. It's a little chilly standing right here.
Uh-huh.
That little air vent must be overworked trying to cool this entire place. Let's just say that table suits this bar and leave it at that.
Ouch.
Hookahs are used to smoke flavored tobacco. The smoke is filtered through water before it's inhaled, so there's no nicotine or tar.
Now into the Yakuza-style side games portion of the game. Yep.
They serve local beer and liquor.
Okay.
The bartender looks like a decent sort. Given his age and bearing, he's probably the owner.
Okay, let's have a chat with the bartender then. Gives booze. Jake, you haven't been here the whole game, have you?
Good evening.
Welcome to the
Goit
Lady of the Dunes,
is
sir.
here.
What can I do for you?
Right.
Is this your establishment?
Yes, sir. For many years.
You must know the neighborhood well, then.
Yes, sir.
Barking up the wrong bartender, mate.
I noticed the dartboard. Popular game in here?
For those who can pay. Be careful playing Hasim, sir. He's been playing here for 20 years. He knows all the tricks.
I'll keep that in mind.
There are tricks to dance. Actually, if you're me, there are tricks to dance in as much as you hit the dartboard approximately 50% of the time.
Do you know Mr. Youssef Masri? He owns a shop down the street.
I know him.
What can you tell me about him?
Nothing. It's better to stay clear of offending that man. But talk to those two over there in the corner. Hasim knows him well.
Thanks for the tip.
Yes, sir.
They both look like upstanding, trustworthy sorts.
Those two look like locals. Perhaps they know something about Masri.
Okay. Asim and Sar, I miraculously know their names. Rough hands and scarred knuckles. Self-cutting compulsion. Frequently gets in fights. Scarred from a dodgeball accident in his youth. I know. I'm going to walk up and interrogate you, but I'm not actually going to buy a drink. Let's assume he actually gets in fights a lot. Overly muscular physique, does heavy manual labour, lifts weights to be tough, competes in Ironman competitions. Doesn't actually look the sort who works hard. Let's assume he's a gym bunny. Guarded, resentful expression. Ex-con, always expecting trouble. Dislikes foreigners. Is missing a rerun of Friends. Could be A or B to me. Move on to his friend. Flashy jewellery. Greedy, likes to show off his money. Has a good luck charm. Flamboyant sense of style. Suspect the former. Wearing a nice jacket in a dive bar. Is a fashionista, considers himself important, or just got off work at a desk job. Clearly fancies himself because he's taking up the entire bunket. Mouth always moving and smiling. Has an oral fixation, nervous tick. He's a liar and a con man. You're a trusting soul, Malachi, aren't you? Don't buy a drink, blend in by not drinking. This is Egypt after all. Yeah, I just fundamentally don't trust him. Sharp, calculating eyes. Wearing lizard contact lenses. He's an intelligent, quick thinker, or he's an accountant. Well, I doubt he's an accountant. I don't see he's wearing contact lenses. So that makes that. Which in that case, that would make him his muscle. So in that case, I reckon ex-con. Ah, hello Raiders from Neo, and thank you Neo for sending people my way. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you this evening. We are sending an incredibly sarcastic protagonist around a point-and-click conspiracy game. I think chat will back me up on that. Hasim and Sar are untrustworthy and motivated by money. Sar's the muscle, most likely an ex-con. Hasim is the brains, always looking to make more cash however he can. Yep, hope you're having a good one, Neo. You just finished your stream? How'd it go? Right, you know what, guys? We're going to save this before we actually talk to these guys. Because with Malachi's winning personality and the fact that he's wandering around with a gun, somebody's going to get shot. Or challenged to a game of darts, and I'm not sure which is which.
It's probably comfortable enough after a few drinks.
Okay. Let's talk to Captain Dodgy Pants over there.
Evening, gentlemen. My name is Rector. Mind if I join you?
Yeah, sure. Sit down. I'm Hasim. This is Sa. What do you need?
Darts, neighborhood of Masri.
Do you know Mr. Yusuf Masri? He owns a shop down the street.
Yeah, I know Mr. Masri. I know him very well. I know a lot of people.
Oh? What can you tell me about Masri?
The thing is, I don't know you. Know what I mean? You know what they say about talking to strangers.
Division annoyed you, so you came off before you got stupidly annoyed. That's understandable, Neo. Some days games just work out like that, so rather than endanger your monitor by putting your fist through it. Okay, they don't know me. Let's challenge them to a game of darts. Here's the minigame.
Do you play darts?
Only a little. Want to play a friendly game? It's $50 a game, US. I win, you pay me. You win, I pay you. What do you say?
It's bloody expensive for the...
I'll play.
Good, very good. Yalla.
Okay, let's have it. Okay. Those who play darts, That's double, isn't it? And that's treble. I think. Okay, well that's not right. Closer. Okay, no problem. And thanks. You can tell I don't play darts. Have a good night, Neo. Ooh, that's stinky.
That's it! I win!
Yes, you did. Here.
Yes, I will be there shooting you through the head later.
I'll be here anytime you want to play again.
Why is my aim off? There's something I'm not accounting for.
Clearly an android. Why am I not able to aim?
The air current from that vent is not helping my game. There must be some way to turn it off.
Okie dokie. Let's go and completely discombobulate the people in this bar where that's the only thing keeping them cool. Just purely so you can play darts. It's apparently how he plays darts. And apparently that cost him 50 quid. $50 even. Okay.
I can't reach it.
Well, get up on there, you idiot.
That light is casting a shadow on this wall. It's too dark to see it.
Okay. No. Okay, we know the light
That
switch
didn't
doesn't
work.
So... Ah. Now I've moved the crate. We have loose wires. Let's mess with Cairo's national grid. Oh, goody. Are we going like to like? God, at least use some gaffer tape, dude. I think that's that one. Don't quote me. These wires electrocute yourself fiercely. I think that's it. Dear. Memo, never let Malachi wire up a plug. That's better.
I fixed the wires.
Well, can we examine your use of the term fixed, please? You loosely strung them together. Hello.
It's a loose brick.
Okay. Can I have the brick, please? Yes, apparently I can have the brick. I wonder what happens if you do it wrong. Hopefully it just doesn't work. Although I'd love a shower of sparks. Okay. Actually, smacking Hasim over the head just kind of appeals. Right. Come on, Malachite. Having messed with the electric system, let's see if you can mess with the grill. Fair enough, I've got a fairly simple solution to the padlock. His attitude to personal property and property damage is just wonderful. Okay. Airflow in, airflow out, or off.
It appears to be the on-off.
Yeah, I figured that, dude.
That switch controls the direction of airflow. Right now, it's blowing air into the bar. too rusted, it won't move.
No. Oh, that I can do, however.
It's too rusted, it won't move.
Oh no, neither will. Engine oil. Positively athletic for little antiques appraiser. Indoor tornado setting on this. Yes, Mecky, that's what we want. Gimme.
There's a bit of oil still in it. I might be able to use that.
Where are you keeping it in those trousers? Okay. The question is, do we want to set it to suck, or do we just want to turn it off and have a fair game? Yes, he's using his carry-on bag. Oh, no, can't do that.
That should help. It's starting to move.
Okay.
That should help.
Yes, no, maybe. Yes.
There. I can feel the air coming out now.
Okay. So presumably I have the choice of turning it off or doing this. So everything now I need to aim to the right of where I want it to be.
The vent is blowing air out now instead of in. That ought to help my aim.
Mm-hmm. That ought to help me save the game, because I don't want him to shoot me. Let's play.
Hasim, Sa.
Hey, sit down, Mr. Rector.
How about a rematch on darts?
Good, very good. Yalla.
Yes. The bar actually caves in because he's now evacuating all the air. Okay. Are we playing for the bull, apparently? So. Really? Dude. Okay, apparently Malachi was already compensating for the... Oh dear, that's a pants score anyway. Fortunately, he can't even hit the board, so...
Looks like I won.
Goddamn mother. What is wrong with me tonight? I don't suppose there's something else I could do for you? Man, I hate to part with cold hard cash, you know what I mean? Is there something else? A man in a foreign country, there's all sorts of stuff you need.
Information.
Sure, sure. I know everything. Just ask.
Mm-hmm. Gimme. Information.
Hasim, Sa.
Hey, sit down, Mr. Rector.
Yes, I think we're lucky that Malachi clearly has no interest in alternate services.
Are you from around here?
Oh yeah, I know Cairo real good. You looking for a tour guide, maybe? I can show you whatever you like. Good places to get laid, know what I mean? What do you like, Mr. Rector? Women? Men? Boys?
That's not what I'm after. But thanks for the lesson in class.
What? Oh yeah, no problem.
it gets even dodgier.
Tell me about Yusuf Masri.
Okay.
You want to know what I know about Masri? 2 words. Be careful. He's a dangerous man. Know what I mean? He'd put you in the ground as soon as look at you. So don't piss him off. Not if you're smart.
That's good to know.
Yeah, why exactly am I here again?
Is there anything else I should know about Yusuf Masri?
If he goes for his top desk drawer, watch out. He keeps a gun in there. Hey, you know what? You need some muscle when you go see a man like that. Me and Sa, we could help you out. We'll do it for $1,000. Better poor than dead. Know what I mean?
Tempted though I am to hire these upstanding young citizens who've just offered me all sorts of illicit services. You know, Meki, your judgment in some cases is extremely wafty. I love you dearly. But you're far too trusting. Young entrepreneurs. I just don't trust anyone who manspits like that. That's just me. That's mostly Malachi, actually. No, I'm sorry. I don't trust you. You'll probably shoot me.
That's very generous of you, but I think I'll pass.
It's your neck. Hey, there's a crematorium a few blocks away in case you need it.
Crematorium. That's funny.
Yes, it's a different scale, isn't it, Meki? Normally, you have to, oh no, I've got to go and make the money in order to be able to solve this solution. But yeah, Fishy, COC quite often has the same thing. You will start with enough cash to splash around, depending on credit rating.
I must be going. A pleasure talking with you.
Yeah, sure.
Pleasure talking with you. Otherwise, you are scum. Never darken my door. Oh, hello.
Sounds like a fight. It's coming from the alley.
Sounds like a save game waiting to happen. Right, let's have a look. There's a fight going on in After Dark Cairo. This will be perfectly safe. Okay. So David can take care of himself. Okay, I take it back. Uh-huh. Yeah, figured that one, Malachi. Okay, what have I got? I've got a gun.
It's David Walker, the man who fixed my rental car outside Cairo. They're going to execute him.
Right, can I do anything? Assassin up there.
That assassin is about to string up a noose.
Okay. That assassin's just watching. I think my best bet is trying to shoot that assassin up there.
I need to get closer. I can't trust my aim.
Great, because you haven't learned to shoot yet. Shoot David, give him a quicker death than hanging. You've got issues, Fish. Nothing I can do on the fire escape.
I can't fight all three of them with my bare hands.
No. Okay. Oh. Apparently David can. Interesting. would have let me shoot him. Let's find out. Yeah. Got all sorts of odds and sods in this game. Oh no, shoot. That's not where I was.
Sounds like a
Not trying to kill the blondie. I'm just curious as to whether it would actually let me gun somebody down. And whether Cairo police would let me get away with it. Okay. Well, good to know David doesn't actually need my help. Yep. And besides, if I can help him out, given how low a budget this game is, Jick, I'm genuinely impressed by the quality of the animation. It could be better, but let's move forwards. But this was done entirely by Kickstarter funding, so very small budget. Shoot him! Can I shoot him? Can I shoot at him? Oh shit, yes I can! Okay. Right.
It's you? And to think, I could have spent the night on a quiet road in the desert. Perfect. That's just what I need.
Do I take or leave him? Well, I'm not gonna leave him here.
Damn it. I can't leave him here. I can't believe I'm doing this.
You can shoot him with the gun and he does 2d6 damage and they all have 30 hit points. Yep, fishy, that's it. Fortunately, there are 2 beds in my room. Okay, let's have a examination of Walker because this isn't dodgy enough. Grown out crew cuts. Prefers short hair in a hot climate. Recently left prison. Recently left the military. We know from when we met him on the road, he considers him ex-military. Evenly muscled physique. Plays a lot of different sports. Has had a physically demanding job. Works out very precisely. Just eyeing him up now. Military, physically demanding job. Callous palms and fingers, does heavy weightlifting, experienced gunman, plays the guitar. Well, we've already had one musician. Doesn't look like a weightlifter. David Walker was in the military for an extended time, but's recently left, most likely for a personal reason, and hasn't yet shaken off the habits of that lifestyle. Day.
I suppose I should try to learn something about this man while he's unconscious.
This is suspicious. Malachi! Why are you going through the guy's shirt?
His dog tags read Captain David Walker. If I'm not mistaken, black tags are used by special forces.
Okay. I think that's about it. Covered all the other data points. Oh, hello, I can go through his pockets.
There's a card in his pocket. It's for a local hostel.
Well, I've already violated his privacy, so what the hell? Thank you. But at least he is who he claims to be. Or at least he's lying consistently. Found in Cairo, one blonde stray will keep him until claimed by owners. Yep, Meki. Save this. Can I now take
I
that
don't have a
wire
reason
hanger?
to carry around a wire hanger at the moment.
Okay. Out. Well, he's not going anywhere at the moment.
I don't think he's got anything else on him that can provide me with information.
Are we implying that basically David Walker is sort of a large golden Labrador? Let's go check out the hostel. Oh, which is the other way? That's the bar. Hi there. I have a hostel key now. It's not my key, but hey.
Here's my registration card.
Go on through. Have a nice evening.
All you tourists look the same to me. I don't care. You've got a card. It's not my job. Oh, God. You thought your hotel was unclassy. Anything else I can... Oh, hello. Okay, we'll investigate that tomorrow for the thing.
I wonder if he has a middle name.
Not that we know of as yet.
Of course the light switch wouldn't work. What was I thinking? There's a bulb up there. There must be a chain attached to it.
Okay.
It's too high, even for me.
I think we just found a use for the wire. Coat hanger. Yes, there is enough light in this city for one light bulb, at least in this portion of the city. This game's far more about the story than it is about the puzzles. But the puzzles are fun. Cognition's got the same thing. And for exactly the same reason, I think. Right. Let's stick a piece of wire up into the electrics because I see no way that could possibly go wrong.
It's too high.
Yeah, all right. Yep.
And I thought my hotel room was bad.
Okay, we clearly think along the same lines.
The Eye of Ra. Very atmospheric.
Atmospheric, dear, atmospheric. Psychically know that because? Guy's got all beds.
Those beds are one step above a futon on the floor.
Not a very big step, to be brutally honest with you.
They certainly know how to pack the bodies in here. This must be a slow time of year. It looks like David Walker is the only one staying in this room.
Begging for him to get sapped. Atmosphere, yes. Of course, Fishy. Yes, I take it back.
That's the backpack Walker had on when we met in the desert.
He didn't go shopping for luggage. Let's violate his privacy some more. Malachi basically doesn't do boundaries when they belong to anybody else. Okay, what do we got in here?
That's quite a knife. Little good it did him tonight, sitting in his backpack. I suppose it would be rude of me to take it. Besides, I'd probably hurt myself.
Says the man who wanders around with a gun in the back of his trousers. Actually, yeah, you're probably right.
A small grappling hook. I wonder what he uses it for.
David Walker, D&D Vogue.
I don't need to take that hook.
However.
Walker's passport.
Yep.
David Livingston Walker. He's from Indiana.
Of course he is. Fishy. Okay. Anything else in here? This is looking like a big old nope. He probably doesn't know about the midget murderers yet. They're not midgets anymore. Putting 2 and 2 together to make purple. I like the fact that they're going with the ethnically appropriate clothing when committing their murders. Right.
It's closed for the evening.
I know it's closed for you.
That's Mr. Mosry. It sounds like...
Mosry is going to be difficult to deal with. I vote you hide behind David. Let's do a quick search, now that we know his full name.
He certainly looks the part of a hero, but you can never tell.
Yeah, Fish, I started going down that route because they obviously got changed for Cairo, and then my brain went, no. He owes me his life. Therefore, no money should be exchanged. Daytime Medal of Honor recipients Captain David Livingston Walker rescues a child. AP reports another firefighter in Iraq had a silver lining today when photos surfaced of a US combat unit defending a charity children's hospital during that attack. Though the hospital does not appear to have been the target of the insurgents, it was very much in the crossfire. Many lives would have been lost if not for these American soldiers who secured the hospital and get the children to safety. So basically the guy is good beyond belief. Have a swift look at the stuff I'm supposed to be looking up for the next day in the meeting. German archaeologist Samuel Lessing, best known for his scholarly work on Tutankhamun. His research, translation work and close study of artifacts from King Tut's tomb have contributed greatly to the body of knowledge on Egypt's most famous ruler. Lessing began his field work while studying at Oxford and later at Cambridge, but he got kicked out, taking part in some of the most notable discoveries in the field at the time and quickly building his reputation early in his career. His reputation was tarnished in 2007 by accusations from the Egyptian Historical Society over the authenticity of a selection of artifacts presented to them by Lessing. These charges were later dropped. Okay. So conceivably, he's been involved in... Horemheb. Last pharaoh of the 18th dynasty, born a commoner but rose through military and political ranks. Okay. So, this canopic jar is his. Canopic chest is his. He's a commoner done good. Used by the ancient Egyptians, canopic chests or the canopic jars into which certain organs from the body were placed during the mummification process. Okay. One of the most famous is King Tutankhamun's canopic chest, stolen from the Cairo Museum in 1992. Okay.
You're awake.
Where am I?
My hotel room.
Did you at least buy me dinner first?
If anyone owes anyone dinner, it would be you, since I saved your ass in that alleyway.
Right. It's all coming back to me now. Why did you?
No idea. I don't normally... well, one good deed and all that. Are you quite unbroken?
If you mean from the fight just now, yeah. If you mean as a human being...
Amazing dancing eyebrows.
I didn't.
Right.
Good night, Becky. Okay, so what was all this about?
Who were those men, and why did they attack you?
I don't know. I don't know who they were. I was just walking around the city. I mean, I'm obviously American. They could have been attempting to take me hostage.
With a noose? You don't believe that?
No, I don't.
You're obviously American. Randomly decided to execute you.
Where are you from?
Indiana, USA. Been a long time since I've lived there, though. You?
Well, we're having a heart-to-heart, so...
I live in New York.
You don't sound entirely American.
No.
But you did get asked right, so, you know, points for that.
You backpacked into Cairo. What are you doing in Egypt?
I'm just a tourist. I'd like to see as much of the world as I can before it's completely gone to shit. And you?
Work.
Ah.
You weren't a military mechanic.
I was trained to repair engines, but that wasn't my primary function, no.
Army Ranger? Navy SEAL?
U.S. Army Special Forces.
Green Beret? They rarely travel alone.
I am no longer in the military. I'm on my own.
So, Uncle Sam isn't feeding you. What do you do for money?
I do odd jobs here and there. I rarely stop moving for long, though.
Armor Class David.
Have you ever done security work? Bodyguard, that sort of thing?
In the military, we secured a lot of things.
I'd like to hire you for a security job, if you're interested.
That depends on what I'd be securing.
I need to see a man here in Cairo. He's unsavory. Chances are good I'm going to disappoint him. I could use backup.
You saw those guys beat the shit out of me, and you want to hire me for security?
You put up a good fight. To a point.
Yeah, well, that's the point that matters. What are you seeing the man for? What's your business?
Let's be radical and actually have a conversation.
I appraise antiques.
Oh, I had no idea the antiques business was dangerous.
When there are millions of dollars involved, it's always dangerous. It's just this one job. I'll pay you 1,000 US.
I'll do it. But you don't have to pay me. I owe you.
No, you do not owe me. I'll pay.
All right.
Mr. Rector.
I'll take the job, Mr. Rector. Sir.
I should warn you. Someone told me today that the man I'm going to see, Mr. Masri, keeps a gun in his desk drawer.
Oh, that's handy.
Good to know. I'll keep my eye on him.
Presumably if I hadn't had that
We
conversation...
both should get some sleep before tomorrow. Meet me outside the hotel at 8 a.m.
All right, Mr. Rector. I'll be there.
I'll just
Good
go
night.
back to my complete hole of a hostel room.
It's getting late. I'd better get to bed. I have that meeting with Masri first thing in the morning.
Okay. Oh well, he's clearly going smart because he's got his jacket on. Else I can take. Okay, night. Gear night. Oh yeah, so ex-military then. Really, Malachi? Couldn't have done that before you left the hotel room?
Good morning, Mr. Rector.
Mr. Walker?
I'm ready when you are.
Okay.
I feel more comfortable going to this meeting with Captain Walker, though I'm loath to admit it.
Okay, Fish.
I've already explained the situation to him. Now I just need to get to my meeting with Masri.
Okay.
This is it. Ready?
Lead on, Macduff.
Close.
Welcome. You must be Mr. Rector. I am Yusef Masri.
Greetings, Mr. Masri. This is my associate, Mr. Walker.
Sir?
I assure you, it was not necessary to bring a bodyguard.
That's my prerogative. I see you have the chest all set up for me.
Whenever you are ready, Mr. Rector. I'm sure you will find the chest is exactly as I described it.
Huh? So, interesting sort of place. Vaguely Egyptian, slightly statuary porn, though. Obviously, this is a BYOB party. Bring your own bodyguard. Right, let's have a look around before we look at
It looks
the
like
chest.
Zabib, an anislicker. That stuff will delacquer your teeth.
Taste of aniseed, so you know, it's obviously vile anyway.
Floor pillows are common in this region, but I'm not a fan.
That's it. Yes, exactly, Gweno.
A cheap replica of a statue to the Egyptian goddess Bast.
When in doubt, slag off the contents.
That statue looks Third Dynasty. Possibly authentic. But I'm not here for the statue.
Possibly authentic, possibly clubwear. Hard to tell. What else do we have? It's desk.
It's a serviceable desk, nothing special. Except, perhaps, what Mastery keeps in it.
It really is extremely judgmental. Okay. Sweat on forehead. It's very hot in here. He's anxious. He just ate something very spicy. Chicken and basket for dinner. Fishy. It probably is hot in here, but on the other hand, it's first thing in the morning. Yeah, I've turned up with a bodyguard. He's anxious. Pipe jaw in his own office. Deep-seated rage. Incipient lockjaw, hiding the fact that he's chewing gum. I think he's an angry man. Embroidered expensive clothing. Has his shirts custom made. Big ego projects the image of success. Does embroidery in his spare time. It could be A or B, to be honest. I think one would tie into the other quite nicely. Let's go to the conclusion, which is that he's got an ego. Masri enjoys making displays of his wealth, but something about this room or my visit is making him anxious, and he doesn't enjoy not getting what he wants. Excellent. That makes me feel so much safer. Oh, God, there's more to learn about this than there was about the man. Shabti figures. That's worryingly close. Jar stopper. Oh, God, that's bang on. Not Tutmosis, and that no. I think we can safely say straight off the bat we've got a match. Handles are horizontal. It's not right. That's them. Found on King Tutankhamun's chest, used to seal the lid shut with rope looped through these and matching hoops on the lid. Okay, we have a cartouche. Nefertiti is not on there. That's similar, but not really there. That's Amenhotep. Akhenaten. Amun, we have a possible. What else is Tutankhamun? Oh, there we go. Similar. Definitely not Tutmosis. Tep. Closest one, but object detail, marble. Roman marble? It's the 14th century, so that's Italy. That's Greek, 400 BC. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh wow. You're going to conclude he's an agent of the dark between the stars. Don't, Fishy. I've already gone slightly nuts in that game already. And Meki's not here to talk me back down. All signs point to King Tut into the Batman villain. Yes, Chrono. Batman, renowned for its subtle villains. Okay, we have gold border. That's not, it's just painted. Oh, there we go. The chest is genuine, but not belonging to Horemheb. It's the stolen canopic chest of Tutankhamun, taken from the Cairo Museum in 1992, defaced in an attempt to pass it off as Horemheb's. Ooh, this is not going to go down well.
The canopic chest is genuine. It was created during Egypt's 18th dynasty, approximately 1323 BC.
You see? What did I tell you?
However, it is not, as claimed, a chest similar to Tutankhamun's chest. It is, in fact, Tutankhamun's canopic chest, which was stolen from the Cairo Museum in 1992.
That's not true.
The thieves tried to disguise the chest by adding the Horemheb cartouche to the side and staining the headdresses on the jar stoppers. For this defacing of a priceless and irreplaceable artifact, Mr. Masri and his accomplice Samuel Lessing should be taken out and summarily shot. Of course, that's just my recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Rector. I'll notify the Cairo authorities.
You are mistaken, Mr. Rector. I have paperwork that proves it.
No. Nice shot, David.
You do not want to fuck with Mr. Rector.
Good. Very good. Well, I think that about wraps it up.
Get out!
Gladly. Enjoy your prison term. Let's go, Mr. Walker.
Holy shit, Rector. You tore that guy a new one. You do know how completely infuriating you are, right?
I didn't hire you to critique my methods, as if you could.
Hey, I'm complimenting you. That was awesomely badass. How do you know all that stuff? And oh god, the look on his face. I've never seen anyone turn green before, but he was, honest to god, the color of asparagus.
Overcooked asparagus. Canned.
The chest was stolen from the Cairo Museum in 1992. The thieves tried to disguise it by staining the headdresses, for which they should be summarily shot. Jesus, his face just kept falling and falling.
Uh-oh. Let's have a fight.
No, not that one.
Oh, hello.
Those were the same guys who attacked me last night. I'm sorry. I don't know what the hell they want with me.
Uh-huh. But apparently they didn't change shoes between assaults.
We need to get out of here. I don't want to spend the next 6 months in lockup in Cairo.
Right. I guess we should split here. It's been a pleasure, Mr. Rector. Good luck.
Oh, stop him! God, you're
Wait.
useless at people. Yes, everybody indeed saunters in this game, Chrono. Okay. game does cinematic. Brought home a souvenir from Cairo.
You can close your mouth now, Gretchen. Mr. Walker is my new bodyguard. We met in Cairo.
Hello. I need to go find a place to stay.
I'd prefer to have you close by for now. I have a large apartment. There's a spare room.
I don't find that hard to believe. So it's not just security when you're on an appraisal then. What kind of trouble are you expecting?
Do you know a man named Amble Dexter?
No.
Have you ever been involved with a branch of the government that deals with history? Famous historic figures? Anything like that?
No. You think the men who attacked us in Cairo were after you? But I was attacked first. Not because I helped you with your car.
Doesn't seem likely, does it?
You know, an antique dealer would be a great cover for a spy.
I had that same thought about an itinerant ex-soldier.
That reminds me of a joke. How many ex-soldiers does it take to change a light bulb? I'm sorry, sir, but that's classified information.
Ouch. That's bad.
What is that on your face? Your mail. Will Mr. Walker be going on payroll?
I'll take care of it for now, thank you.
Where are you from? Not Cairo.
The Midwest, originally.
And how did you two meet in Cairo then? I suppose you're trained. For security work?
Did someone just come in? Thought I heard the bell.
I didn't hear it.
Bye. Charming.
I have some things to take care of. Get my address from Gretchen. She can ring the bellman and ask him to let you in. Oh, the spare room is the one with the exercise equipment.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
It's such a wonderful romance between those two.
Now that I'm back in New York, I want to call my old mentor, Professor Reed. If anyone would know about strange theories of history, it would be him.
What the hell did you do? Cryptid studies as a major? Right. Okay, Chrono Magistrate. I will catch you out. Have a good night.
Hello, this is Dr. Reed.
Professor Reed, it's Malachi Rector.
Malachi, what a pleasant surprise. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
I'm glad to hear it. Regretfully, I have a lecture in a few minutes. Did you have an antiquities question?
In a manner of speaking, I've run across something curious. I was wondering if you've heard any theory in which people reoccur in history.
You mean reincarnation?
No, I don't think so. In most stories of reincarnation, a person believes they were someone in history, but their current life is completely different. I mean, someone's entire life pattern, their biography, if you will, reoccurring.
There was a minor Greek philosopher named Paramedes who wrote that people and events repeated throughout history, like an echo bouncing around the walls of a canyon. But in terms of modern historical theory, I've not seen anything like that in academia.
Interesting. Thank you, Professor. That's all I had.
All the best, Malachi. Hope to speak to you again soon.
Yes, feel free to call me at random times.
Damn it. I know Fita is working with a theory like that, but they've done a good job of keeping it away from the public.
Yes, we're going to have a chat. Right, what's my mail? And why have I got superglue?
I don't have any use for the superglue at the moment.
It's on your desk because?
Superglue. It's good for repairs. It's a letter from Mr. Barozzi. Maybe he's found some new information for me.
You'd asked me to let you know if I learned anything more about Bianca Cardolo. I don't know whether this is relevant to your interests, but I know you have an excellent eye for details. A society column that was run shortly before her death mentioned that she was to be in attendance at an upcoming charity dinner, where your own US Senator Stephen Markham is going to be guest of honor. An interesting coincidence, no? Take care, and I hope to see you again in Venice someday soon. Okay. Presumably, if I hadn't asked that question, that info would not be there. Do I have anything on my phone I can search? Yes, apparently I do. Stephen Markham.
If Bianca had been a match for Livia Drusilla, her meeting with a man like Markham would have been auspicious. I need to learn more about Senator Markham. Preferably meet him in person.
Preferably. Graduated West Point, US Army officer, 2-star general. Aggressive ideas on the world economy and foreign affairs. So, you know, were the world in need of extreme leadership, that would be a good candidate. Have a chat with Gretchen, maybe.
Gretchen?
Yes, Malachi?
Is there anything urgent that needs my attention?
Well, Congresswoman Smythe is anxious for an appraisal. She bought a present for her husband's 60th birthday, and she'd love to get your opinion on its history. It's behind the screen.
Do you know anything about Senator Markham?
Not much. I've seen him on the news. Handsome man. And he seems especially bright. We could use a president like that.
That's all for now.
Very well.
Prophetic. Okay, let's have a look.
That rifle looks interesting. It belongs to Congresswoman Smythe.
Huh?
She's a big fan of eclectic antiques and mysterious finds. She'd have me on retainer if she could afford me. She can't.
I'm concerned about that because I've played Cognition. Okay, let's have a look. Right. No. Ish. It's a lever action rifle. That's a lever action, I think. It's nothing else, is it? Okay. Engravings made by Conrad Ulrich. Similar. Very not. Oh, hello. Teddy Roosevelt was an avid fan of the Winchester rifles and ordered his with very specific engravings, beginning with his first custom pair. Right now, Fish, as I said, this game is looking disturbingly prophetic. But that's a match. Okay. Oh, okay. Half round, half octagonal barrel. Possibly. Definitely not. Definitely not. Yes, it's that one. Winchester, so... Yep. Oh, okay. Examine the data. Did I rush ahead there? Winchester Repeating Arms Company. That one is a match. There we go. I picked the wrong Winchester. One of a set of antique Winchester rifles custom made for President Theodore Roosevelt. Roosevelt was a gun enthusiast and a particular fan of the Winchester rifle. His first set of Winchester rifles were custom ordered from the 1876 line, with very detailed engravings, custom sights, and a specially ordered half-round, half-octagonal barrel. Okie doke. Sorted. Possibly time to...
This is an interesting piece. Congresswoman Smythe will be delighted to hear the news.
The idea she just bought it on spec. Right, let's make a phone call. Oh. Okay. Hopefully Gretchen will do it.
Gretchen?
Yes, Malachi?
I evaluated that rifle for the Congresswoman. Do you have a number?
You want to call her personally?
No. I intend to put it on Craigslist.
How would you know about Craigslist anyway? Here it is. 555-3213. That's her personal line. Don't abuse it.
Yes, I'm all about phone pranking. Thank you.
Yes, you are a pranker.
About your new security guard.
There's nothing to discuss.
I just find it strange that you refuse to let me hire anyone because you couldn't trust them, and then you suddenly bring home some random guy you met in Cairo.
I have my reasons.
That's what worries me.
Well, the first time we met, he ended up in my hotel room and I basically rifled his pockets. That's a level of trust it takes years to achieve. Right, let's give the Congresswoman a call.
I do need to call the Congresswoman with my report on the rifle, but I'd like to see what I can learn about Senator Markham on my own first.
Ah.
She may prove useful once I know what I'm looking for.
When in doubt, contacts.
I'm going out for a bit.
All right, I'll be here.
Well, the guy's in the papers.
Today's newspapers. I should pick one up.
Oh, and he's on the front page. Freedom Musical Magical or Cursed. We have Gabriel Knight reference. And a rally.
There's a rally for Senator Markham today in Bethesda Square. Talk about luck. I'd really like to meet that man.
Okay.
I'll need a few quarters.
Seriously, have no cash on you, dude. Really?
I don't think the machine will accept that.
Honestly. Maybe Gretchen has some. Gretchen gives cash.
Gretchen?
Oh, okay.
That's all for now.
Very well.
I wonder if there's any in his desk. I believe I'm going to be out because I don't have any cash. Really?
It's an original sculpture by an upcoming artist. It should be a good return on investment someday.
Don't have any antique coins that double up as quarters or anything? Okay. I admire a man who isn't going to let the cut of his suit be spoiled by chain. Okay, I can go to the rally, I can go to my apartment. I've got change anywhere, it'll be there. Thought it had been a while. Okay. What can I search? New York City joins for a rally for Senator Stephen Markham today at Central Park in Bethesda Square. Okay. Yeah.
The kitchen is clean and almost never used. I prefer it that way.
Huh.
A card from my father. He sends one at Christmas as well. His second wife was never a fan of mine, so this is the extent of our communication.
Oh dear. It's just been your birthday? Oh, this rare antique quarter should do. I'm sure that $40,000 is about right for a copy of the Herald. Yes, fishy. Exactly.
They were a gift from Gretchen. There's a message there, I think. I don't need the scissors, but I'll know where to find them if an urgent need to cut something arises.
It's just wonderfully sardonic.
I don't need the scissors.
Okay. Sarky beyond measure.
I don't keep anything on the balcony. It's too exposed to high winds and the elements.
Okay.
I get a touch of vertigo when I go out there. I prefer this side of the glass.
I live on the X100th floor.
The couch is simple and clean, like everything in this apartment.
God, it would drive me nuts in about 10 minutes.
I had that sent from Japan. I like the simplicity of it and its exaggerated length.
I'm not even going there, Malachi.
The couch is simple.
Oh, there we go.
I don't want to sit down.
Alright then, don't. I'm not making you. We have David's room, we have Malachi's room.
It's a spare room where I keep exercise equipment and a daybed. Walker is staying in there for now.
See if he's settled in.
Mr. Walker, might I have a word with you in the kitchen?
Be right there.
Okay.
I trust everything is to your satisfaction. With the room, that is.
Yes, sir. It's fine. You have an amazing apartment, if you don't mind my saying so. But I think it's interesting that a guy who makes his living in antiques has such modern furnishings.
I find new things relaxing.
Ah.
Things with history. I'm always thinking about them.
Good to know.
It's an interesting problem to have. Somebody who can't turn it off.
I have some people I need to meet. I'll be out most of today.
Is there anything you want me to do in the meantime?
Yes. Stay here.
I didn't have any other plans. What about tonight? Gretchen invited me for a drink at Cherries on Top.
Did she?
She did.
Mr. Walker, there are approximately 2 million women in Manhattan. Must you really indulge with my only other employee?
Don't worry. She's not my type.
Now, I have a strong suspicion that you're his type, Malachi.
Now that you've seen the apartment, any thoughts on security?
Yes, sir. I talked to the bellman and the building manager. Nice guy, by the way. No one's to be buzzed up without clearing it with me. The manager ran me through their security system. They could use a few more cameras, especially on the roof, but overall, it's pretty decent. Even so, I'd recommend installing sensors on the doors and windows. I can order them if you'd like.
I see. Good work. I'll think about the sensors and let you know. That's all, Mr. Walker.
Yes, sir.
Hey. Doing his business. Taking it very seriously. Vector versus Lovejoy. Oh,
my bedroom's
God,
on the
yes.
second floor.
It's on her. It isn't. And they see that is a headboard for the ages.
I prefer things very orderly. There's less to keep track of that way.
Shall we address the elephant in the room?
I haven't needed to use those in over a year, thanks to the Xanax.
Are you popping Valium and still acting like that? Wow.
I don't need them right now, thank God. The nightstands are like everything else in this apartment, blessedly devoid of any history whatsoever.
Actually look at his pills. The items you can interact with.
I need to take these, or I can get into trouble.
Okay.
They help with the headaches. My passport. My wallet.
Yeah, got that, thanks.
I keep everything worth knowing on my phone.
Fair play.
My bed is quite comfortable. Too bad I'm rarely home to sleep in it.
Mm-hmm.
It's the master bath. I don't have time for a shower, and I've no other pressing business at the moment.
2 balconies.
The view
in
makes
one
the apartment a
apartment.
good investment, even if I'm rarely here to enjoy it. I get a touch of vertigo.
No, okay. Yeah. Let's go to the nightstand. Ah, hello. Well, we have a jar of change.
I might need a few quarters.
Yes.
My old MP3 player. I keep everything on my phone now.
Fair enough.
If I want to listen to music, I have plenty on my phone.
I find it hard to believe that he relaxes enough to listen to music. Hey Google, turn the bedroom light on.
Mr. Walker is here. He must be in the guest room.
Ah, fair enough. That's the only evidence that David is in the apartment, is he's hung his jacket up. Yes, is there an argument that Vector is basically along the same lines as Lovejoy, as a divvy? Right, let's go back to where I know I can buy a paper.
I'll need a few quarters.
Got them, yeah. Oh, right, okay. I used my telekinesis to get the paper out.
I've heard of Carter before. He doesn't seem like the kind of person you'd invite to speak at a morality convention.
Yeah. Following the Corporations Are People ruling that allows business to donate freely to political campaigns, pundits are calling it now. The next presidential race will be determined not by the issues or vote popularity, but by who has the deepest pockets backing their party. Douglas Wilde Carter, a billionaire backer of successful candidates from both parties, is one of the names most frequently cited by opponents of the bill. With heavy hitters like Carter able to essentially buy the presidency, the voice of the people is lost in a race to secure influence over the most powerful office in the world, says political analyst Kevin Hamilton. The progress made by grassroots organisations to diversify the issues and the candidate pool is being set back by decades with this bill. You can safely say where the game puts its
I've heard of Carter before.
Okay. So these days we just cut straight to the chase and they go straight to the presidency. Ah! Yes, let's stick a cognition advert on top of that. I would really, really, really like another Jane Jensen adventure. That's just me. Right. Let's go check out this rally.
A man on his phone. It ought to be the symbol of New York. Chances are the man with the clipboard is in charge here.
Okie dokie.
Senator Markham has drawn quite the crowd. I can't imagine he has anything new to say, but then I'm not fond of politicians.
Then you just don't like anybody.
Senator Stephen Markham. He certainly seems to be popular with the crowd. Maybe I'm imagining a connection between Markham and Bianca Cardolo when none exists, but I have to be sure. Oh my. She's the very picture of teen rebellion.
Okay.
Chances are the man...
Okay. Yeah.
Can I help you?
I'd like to get into the VIP tent. Is there a charge?
No, sir. Your name has to be on my list, and you'll need a VIP badge.
Surely we can work something out.
Sorry, sir. Those are my orders.
Okay, let's go and talk to the dancing weirdo. Or let's analyse the dancing weirdo. Torn, worn clothing, delights in thrift store clothes, comes from a poor family, accident prone and rips them. Okay. Old-fashioned CD player, likes to stand out from her peers, no money for an upgrade or slow adopter. I think The torn clothes and the old thing. Yeah, no money for upgrade. So, poor family. Sullen, defensive expression. Teenager. Having a bad day, is Republican, has an attitude. I think that outfit says has an attitude. Comes from a poor family and can't compete with her peers. She has a chip on her shoulder about it. I have money. Let's analyze him. Talking on cell phone, likes to appear important. Shy, appears busy to avoid conversation. Taking life or death call. Not with that body language, mate. Haughty, bored expression. Talking to someone tedious. Dislikes Markham's speech. Arrogant personality. Attention-seeking, arrogant. Let's go with that. Badge on lanyard. Oh, it's the VIP pass. Right, okay. Glitter on trousers. Sex addict lap dance before noon. Kindergarten teacher or works in a craft store. Oh my god. Well, he's clearly neither B nor C, so presumably lap dance before noon. Get out of the way early. Old, arrogant businessman and a sex addict has a VIP pass for Markham's rally.
Excuse me.
Yeah? What do you want?
Hello, I'm Malachi Rector.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Are you here for the rally?
You mean that old guy down there? No.
Would you mind distracting someone for me?
Who?
The man on the phone over there.
I don't know. What's in it for me?
My everlasting gratitude?
That's funny.
Okay. I see things falling into place. So... I think
I will take the scissors. I may need them.
I'm going to stab the girl who wouldn't help me. Yeah, MP3 player. It's old, but it's still an upgrade from hers.
I might have a use for this.
It's even giving her the charger cable. Frankly, that's impressive. Right. He must have a cabbie on speed dial. Right. Let's have a chat with this guy. He might give up the ticket. I don't think
he'd give me his VIP badge if I just ask politely.
Oh, well, it was worth a check.
Excuse me again.
Yeah?
Oh, okay. Right. So I'm going to have to go through the inventory bit.
Excuse me, miss. I wondered if you might do me a small favor.
Like what?
See that man over there? I'd very much appreciate it if you could attract his attention. Just be watchable. I can offer you this MP3 player in exchange.
Are you serious? All I have to do is get him to look at me. Hell yeah.
Excellent. It's all yours.
Hey, this isn't some kind of trap, is it?
With an MP3 player? No.
All right, you're on. Watch this.
The idea, dear, is not for me to do the watching. It's for him to do the watching. Apparently she's going to do it from behind, so he will psychically... Yep. I have my mouse pointer back, thank you. What are you up to, Malachi? Uh-huh. Nicely done, dear. Thank you. Easy. And he looks worryingly like Christian Bale from American Psycho. Right. I don't think that's going to be any use.
A VIP pass for Senator Markham's rally. I need to repair the lanyard before I can wear it.
Okay. We know where we can find superglue. Yep, this is a point-and-click adventure. Yep, superglue fish. Also, I am inclined to say a phone call to that congresswoman.
I'll take it with me.
Yep. It's now, if I recall correctly, it's that.
This superglue should be able to mend the lanyard.
Excellent. Right. Yeah. Can she get me on the list?
Congresswoman Smythe, my phone says this is Malachi Rector, but surely it's mistaken.
I've been traveling as usual. How are you?
Wonderful. Are you in New York? Any chance you can get that rifle appraised for me? I'm sure Gretchen explained why it's urgent.
It's already done. I don't know where you found it, but the rifle is an 1876 Winchester custom designed for Teddy Roosevelt. It's very likely it was in his possession and was sold off after his death.
Oh, Malachi, that's incredible. Henry will be over the moon. I can't thank you enough for this.
Actually, you can.
Uh-oh.
Senator Markham is speaking at Bethesda Square today. I'd like to meet him, but I can't get into the VIP tent. I thought you could help.
Well, I sent the senator's staff a list of people who should be on the VIP list. I can add your name and send an update, but I can't get you a badge. I don't have any.
Get me on the list if you will. I'll figure out the rest.
Consider it done. I didn't realize you had an interest in politics.
I don't. But thank you for the favor. Goodbye.
I have an interest in political assassinations. I'm carrying a pair of scissors to go and meet a senator. Okay. And up we go. Right. I can't use anything on myself, so let's have a chat with the guard. Ah, there we go.
Can I help you?
I'd like to get into the VIP tent. My name should be on the list. Malachi Rector.
Hit refresh.
Yes, I have you on my list, Mr. Rector. And I see you're wearing a VIP badge. Go on in, sir.
Thank you.
That's red hot security. Hello, cutscene.
Senator Martin, good to see you. Thank you for coming. Nice to meet you. Thank you for your support. Senator Markham. Nice to...
Okay. And things get floopy.
My head.
Yeah, that's not just use of logic and deduction, is it?
I agreed to meet Gretchen at Cherries on Top across from the antique store. I wonder what she wants to talk to me about, other than having my liver with a nice Chianti.
Okay, we don't actually need to see what happened to poor old Malachi. Damn it. Is it wrong to say I think this spare room is about the size of my flat? Okay, what have we got in here?
Jump ropes. They're good for cardio.
Okay.
This is almost like a professional gym. The mirror's a nice touch. Or just creepy.
Yeah, what you don't know is that's actually a two-way mirror. Okay, fish.
Is that an elliptical? Awesome. I don't really know Rector well enough to ask if I can use his stuff. Scratch that. I do know him well enough, and I'd rather not ask.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, at least it's not a long commute to the gym. I don't really know.
Oh, okay.
Scratch that. I put a few of my things in there. I have no idea how long I'll be staying.
Nice.
Those prints are as modern as the furniture in this place.
I have that one on the back wall.
The daybed is comfortable enough. God knows I've slept in worse places.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, I'm not tired. My backpack. That thing has been everywhere with me.
Right, what have we got that's appropriate for a date? Oh, that's nice, the mirror works. I'm not going to take a grappling hook on the date.
It's a small grappling hook. You know the Boy Scout motto, be prepared.
What the hell are you preparing for?
My knife. I'll leave the knife here for now. I won't need it walking around Manhattan. At least, I hope not.
We'll need that, however.
That's my wallet.
I know that's your wallet, dear. I actually meant to do that.
I've gotten a hell of a lot of use out of that passport in the past year. Sounds like I'm about to get some more.
Okay. I'll take the boots. That's it. See what his take on the kitchen is.
Kitchen knives. Not the best weapon, but they'll do in a pinch. Looks like a birthday card. There's not a whole lot written in it, but it says it's from his father. Nah, I don't need it.
Okay.
A balcony. Nice.
You don't suffer from vertigo.
That balcony must be on the master bedroom. Nice.
Okay, good view of the city. Nope, can't click on myself.
For a guy that sells antiques for a living, this apartment is weirdly modern. That's the longest-ass coffee table I've ever seen. It must be at least 6 feet.
Mm-hmm.
That's the boss's room. He hasn't invited me in, so I should stay out.
I love this flat. It's great.
Christ, that kitchen belongs in a magazine. A bit sterile, though.
Okay. Let's head to the bar. assume that the crossing the street thing is how I get to the end. There we go.
Cherry's on top. Gretchen told me to meet her there. If she's trying to get me drunk, she's out of luck. Nobody drinks like the guys I hung out with in the forces.
Okay.
Flowers. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to butter Gretchen up. She's a little scary.
I love the fact he's special forces and he finds the assistant scary. Okay.
There certainly is a wide selection. I wouldn't mind getting something for Gretchen, but I have no idea what.
I don't encounter humans.
She looks tough and capable. I guess you have to be to work on the streets of New York.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello. Can I help you choose some flowers?
Sure. I'm looking for something that says, I know you dislike me, but please don't kill me in my sleep.
A long-stemmed red rose will make any woman happy to see you. The price is $10.
Good grief. A single rose.
I'll take that long-stemmed rose.
Good luck.
Yeah, you're screwed. I like he doesn't get any kind of wrapping or presentation. $10, there you go, that's it. Right. Let's go for a drink. With the scary lady. Oh my god.
Those lights make me feel like I'm in a planetarium. I think the big one is Jupiter.
I just love how David is so completely normal after Malachi and his
Half of those I've never heard of, and the other half I could never afford.
Okay.
They look like they're having fun.
He can be just as sarcastic, you know.
I'm glad she got me a beer. I need to stay off the hard stuff tonight. She's well groomed, isn't she? I like the way the light glints off her claws. Evening.
Hello, David.
I, got you something.
A rose. I'm impressed. You know how to treat a girl.
My mama raised me right. So, you said you wanted to, fill me in.
I do. I got you a beer. Hope that's all right.
Perfect. Thanks.
Okay. This is going to be an awkward conversation.
Looks like you already have a drink. Can I buy you another?
Thank you, but I think I'd better keep my head.
Sounds like a plan to me.
Why do you want to talk to me?
So, tell me about Gretchen Stern.
Deep subject. What do you want to know?
Okay, who are you and why are you so terrifying?
What's your background?
I have a master's in art history. You?
I got training in all sorts of things in the military. Not sure how much of it will be useful in real life.
I guess that depends on whether you hope to invade any small countries.
What do you do besides work?
I belong to a racquetball league.
So you like to smash things?
It relieves the tension. I don't suppose you have a better idea.
I've heard meditation is good for that.
Right.
Yeah, you're definitely barking up the wrong tree there, dear. He has advanced hair gel skills, however.
Do you have family in New York?
No, my parents live in Connecticut.
Must get a bit lonely.
In the city? Hardly.
How long have you worked for Rector Antiques?
Long enough. 5 years.
I take it you run the shop while Mr. Rector travels?
I do everything while Mr. Rector travels, which is always.
I can see why he'd be loath to go away.
This is the most half-assed flirting I've ever encountered.
You wanted to talk to me about Malachi?
Yes. Be careful. He'll break your heart.
Gretchen, I'm his bodyguard.
Maybe, but people fall in love with him. That's the way it works. He's gorgeous, he's brilliant, and he's aloof. It makes you itch to break through those defenses.
I'm not the itchy type.
Good, because there's nothing behind those defenses. He doesn't have friends, he doesn't have relationships. He doesn't trust anyone, not even me, and I've been managing his shop for 5 years.
I wonder why. It's not like you'd go behind his back or anything.
I'm trying to do you a favor.
I suppose you're speaking from experience. Did you two have something?
One time. It's one of his rules. If you're lucky and you catch him at a weak moment, you might get once. He tells you that up front, and you think he doesn't mean it, or you'll be able to change his mind. He never breaks his rules. I've seen some of the most beautiful women in the world, famous women, walk into that shop and scream at him for walking away. It's like he's made out of stone.
Look, his personal life is none of my business. He's my employer.
I'm glad to hear you say that. So, you're straight then?
My personal life is none of your business either. Well, it's been special. I should really get back.
Give Malachi my regards.
Sure. See you around.
Okay. As I predicted, awkward as hell. Whoa, hello.
Sounds like Rector's being attacked. It's coming from his room.
Oh Christ, I'm having traumatic flashbacks to this bit. Right. This is not me being pretentious. Have a new game slot. Right, okay.
The cries are coming from upstairs.
Phone call is coming from inside the building.
Damn it! This door is like Fort Knox. I'll have to find another way in there.
Okay.
It's too far away to jump. I'd end up decorating the sidewalk.
Yep. Okay, improvisation time. Some puzzles are just etched in your memory, no matter how long ago you played them. Okay. Yep. Okay, so can I construct? No, I can't, not like that.
That single rope isn't long enough to reach.
Okay, so first off, rope and rope. And then
There,
grappling hook.
that'll work.
Can I also... No, okay. Right, outside we go. No, I'm not being overcautious. Please trust me on this.
This rope and hook will help me climb, but it can't entirely hold my weight. I need something to bridge the gap.
Such as a 6-foot coffee table, for example.
I might be able to use that table. Once I figure out...
excuse me?
I might be able to... Those couches...
Okay. Right, okay.
It's too far away to jump. This rope and hook will help me climb, but it can't entirely hold my weight.
Right.
I might be able to use that table. Once I figure out how and where, I'll pick it up.
Outside and now. Nope, there's nothing else there.
I don't see any...
Nope.
I might be able to use that table. I might be able to use that table.
Oh. So the table is an option. table an option outside and I've just been messing up? Yes. Right, okay.
I think that coffee table could reach it.
Right, okay, that's what I needed to do. User incompetency. Jesus. Oh, I'm so gonna die. Okay. Alright.
This isn't really the time to be admiring the view.
Well, stop looking then. You're freaking me a hell out. Oh, you need to go right, I think. Oh, yeah, lean right. Lean right, lean right, lean right. Now climb. Oh, yeah, lean right again. You are really making a meal of it, mate. There we go. Yikes.
Oh my god! Mr. Rector! Malachi!
Okay. This is not normal. Whoa.
It's okay. I've got you.
That feeling when you realise a game is a cosmic horror and you didn't notice.
Are you all right? Do you need paramedics? Can you talk?
Get out! Get out!
Yes, sir.
Oh, hell. What a night. I can't believe I had a panic attack. And that Walker saw it. I think what happened with Markham triggered it. I must be losing my mind. I need to speak with Dexter again. Figure out what's going on. I should text him.
Okay. That was dramatic. I'm gonna get straight to the city map. Embarrassing if I can. Oh, okay, no. Whoops. Worse if you tab out by accident.
I need to speak with Dexter.
Yes, I know. Oh, we're going to actually phone him, are we? Fair enough. Yep, I thought that was Augustus Caesar. Livia Drusilla's husband. She's not Livia Drusilla. Right, and Dexter.
I'd rather send a text.
Right, fair enough. Didn't I know about Markham? Okay.
Bring my security? That's interesting.
How do you know about him?
We leave for an appointment in 30 minutes.
No. I have a sister in Ohio. Thought I might go see her.
My need for security hasn't changed.
Look, I'm sorry I invaded your privacy. I thought you were being attacked, but I can't do my job like this. I have to know what it is I'm protecting you from. And I need to know about things like medical issues.
There are no medical issues.
I was there last night, remember? You take pills every 4 hours. What are they?
Excuse me?
What if we were to get into a situation where you couldn't get your meds? I need to know how to deal with that.
You mean if we're kidnapped? Thrown into a dungeon, perhaps? That's likely.
All right, Mr. Rector. I'll see you.
Uh-huh. You really
You're
need to
not
talk
leaving.
Yeah, actually, I am. Unless you have something you want to tell me.
It wasn't a panic attack. Well, I may as well tell him what kind of pills I take.
You want to know what pills I take? Extra strength aspirin for headaches and Xanax. I can live without either.
Migraines?
Among other things.
Uh-huh.
Last night, it was a panic attack, the first in 3 years. That's what the Xanax is for. I very much doubt it will happen again, so it need not concern you.
Good. Now I know. Thank you for telling me. So where is this meeting today?
Amble Dexter. He's something to do with the government. If the men from Cairo are after me, it's for a job I did for him a few weeks ago in Venice.
All right, Mr. Rector. I'll go.
Suit yourself, Mr. Walker. I'm having coffee first.
I want to protect you, you ass.
Heard that.
Good.
I do like those two. They're great fun.
That man is not your average security guard. I'm here to see Amble Dexter.
Your passport, please.
All right.
Mr. Rector, are you here with Mr. Walker?
Yes. This is Mr. Walker.
Your passport, please, Mr. Walker.
Mm-hmm. Scan it
Very
with my
good.
cyber eyes.
Go on through, sirs.
What was that about?
I was going to ask you.
Welcome back, Mr. Rector.
Mr. Dexter.
And Captain Walker. It's a pleasure to meet you. You have a most remarkable service record.
Thank you, sir.
You're weird.
You're quite the hero. I'm almost tempted to steal you from Rector's employ.
I'm fine where I am at the moment, sir.
Sit down, Mr. Rector. You said you wanted to talk to me. You may speak freely. I do have your word, Mr. Walker, that nothing that's said here will leave this office.
Yes, sir.
I most certainly will speak freely.
What the hell are you up to?
I was attacked in Cairo while on a job for another client. The attackers were the same ones who broke into my hotel room in Venice. They were dressed as Arabs, but it was definitely the same organization. In fact, they attacked Mr. Walker even before I hired him. Then they jumped both of us in the street. I'd like an explanation. Are they your men?
No, they certainly are not. I can only assume they're interested in you for the same reason that I am, for your remarkable skills. Did you learn anything more about them?
They're Chinese but not nationals. One of them spoke fluent English with an American accent.
Interesting. We'll get to the bottom of this. I'll make sure of it. But please don't worry about those men. That's not your job.
Oh? And what is my job?
I think you know.
Mm-hmm.
Bianca Cardolo was going to attend a dinner for Senator Markham. She would have met him there, and that's why she was killed.
You know who Markham is, don't you?
I have an intuition. Tell me.
If you know about Senator Markham, then you can understand why he's extremely important. If he becomes president, he could forestall the collapse of the global economy and bring a golden age to the U.S., maybe for hundreds of years. We must protect that potentiality at all costs.
Like Augustus did, in Rome.
Yes. That's why we need you to take another job for us, Mr. Rector.
But why did they go after David?
How do you know Mr. Walker?
I take an interest in you, Mr. Rector, whether you work for me or not. When I heard you'd hired Mr. Walker, I made it my business to find out about him.
My records are classified.
And I believe that's called stalking out here in private citizen land.
You're not merely a private citizen. I think we both know that.
Sorry?
What kind of job are we talking about?
You determined that Bianca Cardolo was not Livia Drusilla. We believe she was killed because someone thought she was. Augustus would not have become Caesar without the wealth and connections his wife brought to their marriage. Someone is trying to kill Markham's Livia in order to prevent his presidency and the rise of the U.S. We've identified several more candidates. We need you to research each of them and tell us which one is the real Livia Drusilla. I'll offer the same payment as before. 50,000 for you, and another 50 for Mr. Walker to provide for your personal security.
No. Sorry.
Do we have a deal?
I want information. You want us?
I told you my terms. I want to know more about what this agency does. And you can explain why you're interested in me while you're at it.
You understand that they will kill her if they find her before we do.
Okay.
They may even kill anyone similar, just to be sure. The only way to prevent that is to identify her and get her into secured custody as soon as possible.
That's not my problem.
What about you, Captain Walker? You're a man of honor. Do the lives of a dozen or more women, the wife of a future United States president, mean anything to you?
I could answer that, sir, if I had the vaguest flying fuck what's going on.
Very well. I guess I have no choice but to agree to your terms. Mr. Reichart, Mr. Walker, if you would please step into the hall.
Pas devant. What the?
Go ahead.
I'm going to answer your questions, Mr. Rector. I hope I'm not wrong to trust you.
What is this?
It's you.
What's that supposed to mean?
Your IQ is 175. Your mother was killed by a lion in front of you when you were 7 years old. Your father is a brilliant mathematician, but after your mother's death, killed while she was meeting her lover, he was betrayed and broken. He never showed you affection, hardly acknowledged your presence.
Are you trying to tell me those events were engineered? That my mother?
No. Of course people do try to manipulate events, but no. It was the pattern. All we do is watch.
What does the death of my mother have to do with the pattern?
It was critical to forming who you are. With your intelligence, you might have been a botanist, an oceanographer, a chemist. So many choices. But that lion made you loathe nature, so much so that you turned your back on it completely, focused on the history of men, of objects, and her death deeply scarred your ability to trust. Well...
But Livia Drusilla is a person. The savant is not a person.
No, it's an archetype. There have been 3 savants that we know of in the past, and likely more.
Give me a name.
Benedict de Montfroy, 1230 to 1280. He developed the Moebius theory, which remains our primary source to this day. His mother was killed by a bear.
This is bullshit.
If you believed that, you wouldn't be here. I'll send you a condensed version of the Moebius theory to your phone. Don't try to forward or copy it. We're routing your phone through a secured government call center as of now. Please be sure to use that phone for all future communications with me.
I hope you offer better reception than my old provider. But what about Captain Walker? Who is he? And how is he involved in all this?
Excellent question. I'll tell you the answer. After you've identified Livia Drusilla for us.
You drive a hard bargain.
I'll make the arrangements.
Mr. Rector, Mr. Walker, before you board the plane, there's someone here who wants to speak to you.
No, it's not sinister at all.
I wanted to meet you gentlemen in person before you left.
Senator.
It's a pleasure to meet you, sir.
I wanted to ask you personally for your help in identifying and protecting this woman. The woman who was supposed to become my wife.
I can't say I completely believe in any of this, but I'll do what I can to identify Livia Drusilla, if she exists.
Thank you. I don't blame you for your skepticism. I only found out about Fida and Moebius a few months ago myself. It's very strange to be told your own destiny.
You never doubted your destiny for a moment.
True. I always knew that I was meant for something important. But it's another matter to have it confirmed. To know that this woman is out there, and what she's supposed to mean to me. To know that there are people who want to destroy me before I get a chance to do what I was born to do. And to know that they damn well can.
Huh?
They won't succeed, sir, because we're better than they are.
Do I have your word on that, Captain Walker?
Yes, sir, you do. Goodbye, sir. And don't worry.
God, full-on Captain America.
One of these days, you're gonna tell me who the hell you really are.
When I figure it out, you'll be the first to know.
Sinister doings. Right. So, given it is, oh my god, incredibly late, I am going to call that for tonight. And I will finish the rest of this at the next available opportunity. Hope people are enjoying it. I really love this game. Wonky graphics I can put up with, and the story is just very, very good. I love the cinematic feel to it, and I adore the music. So thank you for sticking with me, and indeed, Fishy, good night, and good night to anyone else who's stuck with or who's watching this on VOD. I hope you're getting on with this. Please cross fingers for a future Jane